Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vishnupadaya, Krishna Pushtaya, Mukule, Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve, Gauravani Prajnane, Nirvashesha Sunyavadi, Pachachara Sanamine. Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Shiva Shani Gaura Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Shiva Shani Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Gaurani, Nitai Gauranga Gaurani, Gaura Gaura Gaurani, Gaura Gaura Gaurani, Jaya Satchinandana Gaurani, Patita Pavana Gaurani, Gaura Gaura Gaurani, Nitai Gauranga Gaurani, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada ki Jaya Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parvadakacharya Stata Shri Srimati Divine Grace and Shri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jaya Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parvadakacharya Stata Shri Srimati Divine Grace Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaja Prabhupada ki. Ananta Kota Vaishnava Vrinda ki. Namacharya Srila Harirasta Kaur ki. Sakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Shri Advaita Gadha Shivashadi Gaur Bhakti Vrinda ki. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopakupanath Shama Kunda Radha Kundi Gita Gopidan ki. Shri Vrindavan Dan ki. Puri Dham ki. Shri Mayapur Dham ki. Bhaktivedanta Manor Dham ki. Srila Prabhupada Iskand Dham ki. Ganga Mayumna Mai ki. Bhakti Devi ki. Shamavira Bhaktivinda ki. Srimati Tulsi Devi ki. Srila Prabhupada Chanting Nectar Book Distribution ki. Iskam BBT Founder Charya Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki. Itai Gaur Premanandi. All glory to the Assembly devotees. All glory to the Assembly devotees. All glory to the Assembly devotees. All glory to Sri Guru, Sri Gauranga. All glory to Sri Guru. So the class by Srila Prabhupada now for about half an hour, and after that we'll be making some offerings and words offered to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you.
I was thinking, where is Jayananda? Now immediately he has come. Guru Maharaj. Give Guru Maharaj. Thank you very much. Take care, it may not fall down. All right. So, today is the disappearance day of my Guru Maharaj. As I told you, that sadhava jivoma marova. There was a nice story the other day I told you, that a sage is giving different kinds of blessings to different types of persons. So to a king's son, a prince, he blessed Rajaputra Chiranjiva. Oh, you are king's son, prince, you will live forever. And Muniputra, the son of a saintly person, he blessed him, Majiva, you don't live. Rajaputra Chiranjiva, Muniputra Majiva. And sadhu, devotees, he blessed him, Jivova Marova. Either you live or you die, as you like. And there was a butcher, he blessed him, Majiva Mamara, you don't die, don't live. So these words are very significant. That I have already explained, still I am explaining. The prince is enjoying sense, that's all. He has got enough facility for sense enjoyment. So his next life is hellish. Because if you indulge in sex life, then Krishna will give you facility to have sex life 3 times in an hour. Just like the pigeons, the monkeys, the sparrows, they are very sexually strong. You have seen it. So the facility is given. So princely order, there after sense enjoyment. So he is blessed that better you live forever, because after your death you do not know what is going to happen to you. You are going to get a hellish life. Better you live for some time. Go on with your enjoyment. And Muniputra, Majiva, Brahmachari, working under the guidance, under strict disciplinary guidance of his spiritual master, he is blessed Majiva. You better die, because you are so trained to enter into the kingdom of God. So why should you take so much trouble? Better you die and go back to God. Majiva. And a devotee, he blessed, Jivova Marova. My dear devotee, either you live or die, the same thing. And the butcher, he blessed him, Ma Jiva Mamara. You don't live, don't die. What is to do? His living condition is so abominable. From the morning he has to slaughter so many animals, see the blood stained, the ghastly scene. That is his livelihood. So what a horrible life this is. So don't live. And don't die also. Because after death, he is going to be in so much hellish condition, nobody can describe. So both life, living condition and death, after death, his condition is very horrible. Anyway, apart from others, the devotee, for him, appearance and disappearance, the same thing. Just like when my spiritual master appeared at Jagannath Puri, he was the son of a very big government officer, Bhaktivedanta Thakur. He was magistrate, government officer. And in those days, a magistrate is a big officer in the government, practically next to governor. And Bhaktivedanta Thakur was in charge of the Jagannath temple. That is the system in Jagannath Puri. And the manager in charge of the temple is the district magistrate. So there was Ratha Yatra festival, and the car was passing in front of Bhaktivedanta Thakur's house. Bhaktivedanta Thakur's name was Kedarnath Datta. When he was magistrate, he was known as Ken Datta, Kedarnath Datta. The car stopped before his house, and at that time, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, a child in the lap of his mother, the mother took the opportunity of rising on the car. He was magistrate's wife, so he had the facility. Immediately people gave her a way to go in on the top of the car and place the child on the lotus feet of Jagannath, and there were many garlands. One garland fell upon him. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, blessings. This was one of the... There are so many other things. When he was a child, 2-3 years old, he ate one mango fruit which was kept for offering to the deity. So his father mildly rebuked him, you have done very wrong thing. It was meant for deity and you have taken it. You should not have done it. The child was 2 or 3 years old. He took it so seriously Then never after that he took mango. Whenever we offered him mango, he said, no, I am offender. I cannot take mango. He was thinking like that. You see. Never in his life he took a mango. He was thinking that I offended in my childhood by taking the mango of the deity. But this is the characteristic of Acharya. They teach by their life's action that one should be so much determined that one should not be a child took the mango, there is no offense, but he took that vow. Another instance, in my presence, at that time we are also young men, and one of my god brothers, his name is Dr. Aud Bihari Kapoor. He is now retired in Vrindavan. Last time I saw him. He was also a young man, and his wife was also young. So we were sitting together talking with Guru Maharaj, and the girl proposed, my dear master, I want to speak with you. So Guru Maharaj said, yes, you can talk whatever you like. So she said, I want to talk with you secretly, not in the presence of everyone. The Guru Maharaj said, no, I cannot talk with you secretly. You can talk in the presence of my all other disciples. So, even that girl was just like his granddaughter by age calculation. He refused to talk with a young woman in a secret place. These are the instances. So, in his life, he was Akhanda Brahmachari. Bhaktivedanta Thakur had many other sons, and he was the fifth son. And some of his other brothers also, they did not marry. And my Guru Maharaj, he also did not marry. From the childhood, he is strict brahmachari. Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj. And he underwent very severe penances for starting this movement, worldwide movement. That was his mission. Bhaktivedanta Thakur wanted to do this. 1896, Bhaktivedanta Thakur wanted to introduce this Krishna consciousness movement by sending his this book, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, his life and precepts. Fortunately, that year was my birth year, and by Krishna's arrangement, we came in contact. I was born in a different family. My Guru Maharaj was born in a different family. Who knew that I will come to his protection? Who knew that I would come in America? Who knew that you American boys will come to me? These are all Krishna's arrangement. We cannot understand how things are taking place. In 1936, today is 9th December 1938. That means 32 years ago, in Bombay, I was then doing some business. All of a sudden, perhaps on this date, sometimes between 9 or 10 December, at that time Guru Maharaj was indisposed little, and he was staying at Jagannath Puri on the seashore. So I wrote him later, my dear master, your other disciples, brahmachari, sannyasi, they are rendering you direct service, and I am a householder. I cannot live with you. I cannot serve you nicely. So I do not know how can I serve. Simply an idea, I was thinking of serving him. How can I serve him seriously? So the reply was dated 13 December 1936. In that letter, he wrote, "My dear such and such, I am very glad to receive your letter. I think you should try to push our movement in English." That was his writing. And that will good to you and to the people who will help you. And that was his instruction. And then in 1936, on the 31st December, that means just after writing this letter, a fortnight before his departure, he passed away. But I took that order of my spiritual master very seriously. But I did not think that I'll have to do such and such thing. I was at that time a householder. But this is the arrangement of Krishna. If we strictly try to serve spiritual master, his order, then Krishna will give us all facilities. That is the secret. Although there was no possibility, I never thought, but I took it a little seriously by studying a commentary by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur on the Bhagavad Gita. In the Bhagavad Gita, the verse Bhavashatmika buddhi rekiha kurunandana. In connection with that verse, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur gives his commentary that we should take up the words from the spiritual master as our life and soul. We should try to carry out the instruction, the specific instruction of the spiritual master very rigidly, without caring for our personal benefit or loss. So, I tried a little bit in that spirit. So he has given me all facilities to serve him. Things have come to this stage that in this old age I have come to your country and you are also taking this movement seriously, trying to understand it. We have got some books now, so there is little foothold of this movement. Now on this occasion of my spiritual master's departure, as I am trying to execute his will, similarly I shall also request you to execute the same order through my will. I am an old man. I can also pass away at any moment. That is nature's law. Nobody can check it. So that is not very astonishing. But my appeal to you on this auspicious day of the departure of my Guru Maharaj, that at least to some extent you have understood the essence of Krishna consciousness movement, you should try to push it on. People are suffering for want of this consciousness. As we daily pray about devotees, vancha kalpatarubhascha kripa sindubhaivacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namo. A Vaishnava or devotee of Lord, his life is dedicated for the benefit of the people. You know, most of you belong to Christian community, how Lord Jesus Christ, he says that for your sinful activities, he has sacrificed himself. That is the determination of devotee of the Lord. They don't care for personal comforts because they love Krishna or God. Therefore they love all living entities because all living entities are in relationship with Krishna. So, similarly, you should learn this Krishna consciousness movement means to become Vaishnava and feel for the suffering humanity. To feel for the suffering humanity, there are different angles of vision. Somebody is thinking of the suffering of the humanity from bodily conception of life. Somebody is trying to open hospital to give a relief to the diseased condition. Somebody is trying to distribute foodstuff in poverty-stricken countries or places. These things are certainly very nice, but actual suffering of the humanity is due to lack of Krishna consciousness. These bodily sufferings, they are temporary, neither they can be checked by the laws of nature. Suppose if you give some distribution of foodstuff in some poverty-stricken country, that does not mean that this help makes solution of the whole problem. The real beneficial work is to invoke every person to Krishna consciousness. As soon as he comes to Krishna consciousness, the same example as I have given several times, that a rich man's son is loitering in the street, forgetting his father's opulence and property, and somebody out of sympathy giving him some food. But other person comes to him and says, "Oh, my dear boy, I know you, you are the son of such and such rich man. Why you are loitering in the street? Come on, I shall take you to your father." So, if that gentleman takes that loitering boy to his father, the father is glad, and the boy inherits his father's property, and his whole problem of life becomes solved. This is a crude example. Similarly, all living entities, they are loitering within this universe in different bodies, in different planets, and from time immemorial, without knowing that he belongs to the kingdom of God. He is the direct son of Krishna and God. Krishna is the proprietor of everything, and he can enjoy his father's property, and these problems of material condition life automatically solved. Just like if you become a rich man, if you can possess millions of dollars, then your poverty is automatically solved. Similarly, if you become Krishna conscious, if you act in that way, then all other problems in the material condition of life solve. So this is such a nice moment Ahantang sarvapapibha mokhvaishyami masuchi. The Bhagavad Gita says, the Lord says, people's sufferings are due to his sinful activities. Ignorance. Ignorance is the cause of sinful activity. Just like a man does not know. Suppose a foreigner like me comes in America and he does not know, because in India, just like in your country, the car is driven from the right side. In India, I have seen in London also, the car is driven from the left side. So suppose he does not know, he drives the car on the left side and incurs some accident, and he is taken by the police custody, and if he says, "Sir, I did not know that here the car is driven from the right side," that does not make him excused. The law will punish him. So ignorance is the cause of breaking the law or sinful activities. And as soon as you commit some sinful activity, you have to suffer the result. So the whole world is in ignorance, and due to ignorance is complicated in so many actions and reactions, either good or bad. There is nothing good within this material world, everything is bad. So we have manufactured something good and something bad. Here, because in the Bhagavad Gita we understand this place is dukkhalam asasat. This place is for misery. So how you can say, in miserable condition, how you can say that this is good or this is bad? Everything is bad. So those persons who do not know the material condition and life, they manufacture something, this is good, this is bad, because they do not know everything here is bad, nothing good. One should be very much pessimistic of this material world, then he can make advance in spiritual life. Dukkhalam asas. This place is full of miseries, and if you study analytically, you will find simply miserable condition. Therefore, the whole problem is that we should give up our material condition and life, and in Krishna consciousness, we should try to elevate ourselves to the spiritual platform and thereby be promoted to the kingdom of Godhead. Jadgatyana nivartanti tadhyamam paramam mama. We are going, nobody comes back to this miserable world, and that is the supreme abode of the Lord. So there are descriptions in the Bhagavad Gita. So this Krishna consciousness movement is authorized, very important. Now, you American boys and girls who have taken to this movement, please take it more seriously, and that is the mission of Lord Chaitanya and my Guru Maharaj, and we are also trying to execute the will by disciplic succession. You have come forward to help me. I shall request you all that I shall go away, but you shall leave. Don't give up pushing on this movement, and you will be blessed by Lord Chaitanya and His divine grace, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada. Thank you very much.
The water and all the girls were asking for...
No, he was not so much naughty. My Guru Maharaj was very gentle boy. Yeah. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very naughty boy. Yeah. And Krishna was also very naughty.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Very sobering words from Prabhupada. So we have a program this morning. We're asking the devotees to say some words, appreciation to Srila Prabhupada and this wonderful facility of the Krishna consciousness movement which he's created. We have guest speaker today, Jai Swami. Thank you, Maharaja, for coming. Thank you. And we've also been passing around a clipboard. I don't know how many names are on it now. Those of you who said they want to say something. Thank you very much. Well, we've got 10 names, so we're doing pretty well. I don't know how many was here. Over 100. Don't be shy. It's not a test or an exam. Just come and say a few words of appreciation. So if any of you haven't put your name on the list, has everybody had this clipboard come past them? Has everyone had it come past them? If not, please, if you do want to say something, you can come forward. You want to say something? Yeah. Okay. Put your name on here. Thank you very much. Is there do we have a cordless mic? Could we begin by asking Jai Swami to say a few words? That would be very appropriate, I think. Thank you. Come and sit here, Maharaj. It's probably even better. Thank you.
I'll get your company. Sit next to you. How shall fellow Om Ajnanatimidandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Jena Putale Swayam Rupakada Mayam Tadhati Shapadantikam Vande Shri Guru Shri Jatapadakamanan Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Shagrajatam Shagana Raganatan Vitam Stam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savatutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Shahagana Lolita Shri Vishakan Vitam
Tamscha. He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hori Priye Vansha Kolpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhopyeva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. I was just hearing Srila Prabhupada say that we should just try to serve Krishna and Krishna will give all facility. That was Prabhupada's realized knowledge. Prabhupada said people like my books because it's realized knowledge. He said it's not ABCD. And scholars can translate, comment according to their ABCD knowledge. But Prabhupada's understanding was realized knowledge. Assimilated, Prabhupada sometimes explained, realized means assimilated, realized means you can apply it. That, just like surgery, you can read about it, but that doesn't mean you've understood it. But when you've understood it, then you can do surgery and it will be effective. So Prabhupada's understanding of Krishna consciousness was realized knowledge, Gyan of the Jnana Sahitam. And that was his experience. He came to America with virtually nothing. And in a short time, Krishna gave so much facility. Some struggle, always struggle. Prabhupada told me one time, I was sitting with Radha Balavadas, the BVT production manager at the time. We were sitting with Srila Prabhupada in Mayapur on the veranda of the Lotus building. And Prabhupada was talking about different things. And he rubbed his head, he said, anything good you want to do, you will have to go through so much difficulty. That was also his realized knowledge. It doesn't come cheap. All you have to do is be determined, but determined means we'll have to undergo some trouble. Prabhupada undertook the trouble of leaving family life and coming to Vrindavan, endeavoring to get his books published, and coming to the West, and then so many more difficulties just to get started. Then things got started, big international society, and more difficulties. Prabhupada wrote to one leader, I received your letter full of problems. Similarly, a letter from this leader full of problems. That leader full of problems. With all these problems, who will solve my problems? But Krishna, by the grace of Krishna and by Srila Prabhupada's endeavor, this Krishna consciousness movement has gained so much traction here in Bhaktivedanta Manor. It's especially evident, so much facility has developed. By Srila Prabhupada's mercy, and by the efforts also of his followers. The glory of Srila Prabhupada, or the potency of Srila Prabhupada, the mission of Srila Prabhupada, lives on through his followers. The Prabhupada said about Krishna, Krishna is not alone. That's impersonal. Krishna is with Radharani, with the gopis, with the cowherd boys, cows. Krishna is never alone. Alone means impersonal. Therefore, in all the paintings, someone else has to be there. At least a cow, a peacock, or other associates. Otherwise, Krishna in the sky in an Omkar, Prabhupada said, impersonal. So the spiritual master also is there with his associates. Prabhupada gave different meanings of Prabhupada, and one meaning is one at whose feet there are many masters. Another meaning is one who's always at the feet of the Supreme Master, Krishna. One who occupies the position of Krishna for the disciple, as servant of Krishna. And another meaning is one at whose feet there are so many Prabhus and so many masters. So Prabhupada marked it in his speech that you're helping me, you're taking some interest, you're helping me. And that was also Prabhupada's realization that so many devotees were sent for training and for helping to carry on the mission that Prabhupada had received from Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur. So the Krishna consciousness movement goes on in this way, evam parampara praptam imam rajarshiyo vidu. It comes from Krishna down through the parampara system. Then it comes to Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur. Then it comes to Srila Prabhupada. Then it comes to you. Through the continuing chain. Through the continuing chain, it comes down. From Prabhupada to his disciples, to you, to the next generation of disciples. Everyone assisting. Everyone assisting. I was talking about this the other day, that simultaneously everything is done by Prabhupada, and at the same time everything is done by the people who do it. Someone gave a speech, actually after Prabhupada's disappearance in Vrindavan. It was rather backhanded compliment that, yes, Swamiji did great, Swami Maharaj did great, but the actual powerhouse is Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur. So, of course it's true, Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur, what is that? Tarij Chabalaman Paschajete Tantan. Srila Prabhupada wrote that the desire of Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur is very strong. And by his desire, the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will spread all over the Western countries or all over the world. So that's entirely true. And yet, it's also true that no one else did it until Srila Prabhupada did it. Not that because it was done by the mercy of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, we can sort of cancel Prabhupada out and just say, yes, it's all mercy of Saraswati Thakur, he did everything. It's true, but he did everything through Srila Prabhupada, through our Srila Prabhupada. That's also a fact. So this is Krishna's system, that he hands things down. Imam vivashvate yogam proktavanaham avyam vivasham manave prahu manarikshakave pravi evam prampra praptam imam rajarshi ovidu. The only qualification is that we have to stick to what Srila Prabhupada has given us. If we deviate, then we're lost. Then we're on our own, traveling on our own steam, on our own power, which is insignificant power. Maybe some little material power can impress for a while, but it won't last. And therefore, Srila Prabhupada always emphasized that we should do as he was doing, that we should, simple thing, just follow, that we should not add anything, that we should not subtract anything, that we should not change anything, that we shouldn't indent or concoct, just follow. Everything's already there, and if we just follow, the potency will be there, Krishna's pleasure will be there, the blessings of Srila Prabhupada and all the acharyas will be there, and everything will be successful. And even if it's not apparently successful, if we just did it, whatever it was, or tried to do it, it's already successful. Prabhupada said, I've tried to follow the order of my spiritual life. If you just try to follow, already it's a success. It may be apparently successful or not successful. Prabhupada, I was with him one time in Boston. He gave a lecture at Marsh Chapel at Boston University. And somehow it had been scheduled, I think, during exam time. And hardly anyone came. But still, Srila Prabhupada gave a powerful lecture. He had his students also speak. He also spoke. Prabhupada said, if no one comes, we'll speak to the four walls. In the material world, if we're a failure, we're a failure. And if we're a success, we're a failure. Because material success is a failure. And in the spiritual world, if we're a success, we're a success, and if we're a failure, we're still a success. Jatayu tried to stop Ravana, he failed. But he was appreciated by Lord Ramchandra. This bird has given his life for me. So if we, Prabhupada said, we've been through so many lifetimes, if we just give this one lifetime for Krishna, what is the loss? So we have this unique example to follow. I was talking about that also the other day, that we're in this historically unique position where such a powerful acharya has just been with us within 50 years. And has changed the face of spiritual history, spreading Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement everywhere. So, by comparison, what will we do? No one else will be the founder Acharya of the Hare Krishna movement or ISKCON. No one else will introduce Krishna consciousness to the Western world or to Latin America or to Russia or to all the Africa, all the places Prabhupada went. No one else will do so many of the things that Prabhupada did. But we can try to follow and assist. And by doing that, that's our success. That's our success. We shouldn't adjust Prabhupada's philosophy to fit some popular notions or some managerial agenda. We should keep it as it is. Otherwise, we may seem to be making things better, but we'll ruin everything. So, simple thing, just follow. And then it will be glorious. Be glorious. By your effort and by Srila Prabhupada's mercy. Your effort also counts. It's not that Prabhupada does everything now by mystic potency. Your effort is also there. The assistance. And the assistant also gets the credit. And the father becomes more happy. Prabhupada said, when the father starts a business, he establishes it, makes it big to some extent. And if the son makes it bigger, then the father's happy. So, now Bhaktivedanta Manor has become bigger. We're sitting in this big hall. And certainly in Krishna consciousness movement in the UK it will grow more and more, and all over the world more and more. But it requires, as Prabhupada said, your cooperation. Means, as he said, A.K. Hakuranandana, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, that one should make the orders of one's spiritual master, one's life and soul. So if we take up that spirit, try to serve the Srila Prabhupada by serving his servants and the servants of his servants and the servants and the servants, then certainly Srila Prabhupada's blessings will be there and everything will be wonderful. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Now all we need is Sakshi Gopal Prabhu. And here he comes. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj. Big hand, please, for Chandra. Maharaj, I believe you were present in Vrindavan at Prabhupada's passing also? Yes. Perhaps a bit later on you could say a few words of what you recollect from that time. if you think it is appropriate. At the moment, I'd like to ask other devotees to speak. Vishaka, as our temple president, please come and say some words. Thank you.
Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvase Sasunyavadi Paskya Tade Shatarane. Hare Krishna. So my husband and I were also present in Vrindavan in November of 1977. I thought I could say a few words about that. It was certainly a unique time and a very intense, emotionally intense time. And my husband was a filmmaker for the Hare Krishna movement, and I was a photographer for the Hare Krishna movement. And we were very keen to film Prabhupada translating in those last weeks of his presence on this planet. And we expressed our desire to Prabhupada's servants, especially Tamal Krishna Maharaj, who was in charge. And he said the lights would disturb Srila Prabhupada's eyes. His eyes were very sensitive, and he didn't want us to film or take pictures. So I went back and forth because we thought it would be a very valuable contribution for the devotees to be able to see Prabhupada doing that service at that time. And finally, Tamal Krishna Maharaj brought it to Srila Prabhupada himself. He was lying on his departure bed, and he explained that we wanted to film and photograph. And Prabhupada responded very slowly, and his speech was slurred at that point. And he said, Yadabar should be given freedom to do as he wants. Yadabar is my husband. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj said, well, he'll be very happy to hear that you've said that, Srila Prabhupada. So the following day we came in, and we made very gentle lighting, and we filmed Prabhupada translating. Chaitanya Swami was holding the microphone just right next to Prabhupada's lips because he was speaking so softly. I also had a microphone. I was doing the sound for the film, so that microphone was also there. And Prabhupada was translating 10th Canto, Chapter 13, Text 53. And you can see it on the film, his translation. Pradumya Prabhu would speak the Sanskrit, and then Prabhupada would give his purports. And part of the purport he says, everything is moving and acting according to the supreme desire of Krishna. This consciousness is Krishna consciousness. So I was listening to that, and later on, not at the time, but later on I thought that this situation must be the supreme desire of Krishna. That Prabhupada is lying there. In his own words, he's just a bag of bones. It's just so thin, it was painful to see. Giving his final purports, Bhaktivedanta purports. But it was hard to accept that that was the supreme desire of Krishna. Very hard, even to this day, it's very hard to accept. But Prabhupada was speaking about the determination of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, 2 or 3 years old, and he was mildly rebuked for eating a mango that was not offered. So for the rest of his life, he refused mangoes. And he said, this is the determination of the Acharya. So we have the example of Srila Prabhupada's determination. The final weeks of his life, he's still giving his Bhaktivedanta purports. He's not eating, he's not drinking, but he's speaking Krishna Katha. So we're so fortunate to be under his shelter, to have his example in our lives, and to keep that prominent in our hearts and our minds. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
share. Thank you very much. Yes, Prabhupada's determination was from another world. We could actually say from another world. And he brought that here. Looking through transcriptions of Prabhupada's conversations and exchanges in that last November of 1977, there's about a dozen or so tape recordings, and the transcriptions are there. And one can also hear the conversation, but sometimes it's difficult to hear what Prabhupada's saying. But it's all been transcribed. And that determination, right on Srila Prabhupada's, we have to say deathbed, although in another sense it's a lifebed. Prabhupada doesn't give up. He's discussing with his, he's very enlivened to hear the book distribution that's going on around the world. He's enlivened by that, of course. And then he's discussing bank transfers and a property that will be in the process of being acquired or being developed. And he's also, he never stops. Never stops. And as we know, you were present, and Maharaja, when Prabhupada's lying down, practically no energy, and still he's giving his Bhaktivedanta purports. So that determination, it's practically inconceivable. And it isn't just determination, but it's determination to be a vehicle, an ambassador of the blessings of Shri Shri Gaura Nitai and the Parampara. This is the highest aspiration. And Prabhupada has made this aspiration. He embodies it himself. And at the same time, he gives the whole world an opportunity to also embrace this aspiration in whatever way we can. Such opportunities are very rare in the material world, to have that association of such an exalted acharya as Prabhupada. And he's not only is that available through Srila Prabhupada the person, but Srila Prabhupada set things up in such a way that he created an international society to give this opportunity to the whole world to associate with the Guru Parampara, to associate with Shri Shri Nitai and Lord Chaitanya, and have this opportunity. It's very rare, very, very rare in the cosmic picture. So we have a couple more names on the list. If you haven't, you can please come forward and when I'm sitting down there, come and put your name. So at last, I'd like to ask another lady to speak now. If Yashashvini would speak, come and say a few words. Thank you. Yashashvini is a disciple of Srila Prabhupada since 1973. If you have a project that you'd like to share with Srila Prabhupada, any reports of what you're doing in your service, also please come and say something. Thank you. Yashashvini.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pujane Devasesya Sanyavadi Paskatra Desatane Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Is that on? Is it working? Oh yeah. Just on the note of Srila Prabhupada's Pranam mantras. I have a book from many, many years ago. It was a paperback A4 size and it had pale blue cover. And it was just small little things that Prabhupada had said at different times. And it was about restaurants and farms and everything you can think of, the teachings and everything. And there was one little quote, and Prabhupada asked somebody, so what does Saraswati mean? Namaste Saraswati Devi. They said, well, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, which of course it does. But Srila Prabhupada made an extra point. He said, actually, Sara means the essence. So actually, Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine, Prabhupada gave the essence of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's teachings. So we always say that Prabhupada gave everything. Prabhupada did give everything. He actually gave that essence of Srila Prabhupada's teachings. It's very, very important for us. The other day, actually, I was listening to a podcast, and it was very interesting because there was something said in this podcast that I really deeply thought about, and it just brought to mind so many things in my life of Krishna consciousness. And in this podcast, someone was speaking, and they were saying how their children were judging them, but they came into this world in a different chapter of the life of this planet. Because, of course, as a mother, we were born many, many years before. And so time goes in chapters, and we work within that. So, it made me think, actually, how Krishna's pastimes, they're eternal, and they're unlimited, and they're the absolute truth. So absolute truth, we would think there's only one absolute truth. But actually, when we see Krishna's pastimes are always the same. But in different kalpas, they may have a variety. And so, just like we see Radharani this time, Vrishabhanu Maharaj found her on the lotus leaf. But in another kalpa, actually, she was born from Kirtida's womb. So it's the same pastime, but there's variegatedness like that. So, wait a minute, let me just see. Sorry, I had to write it down this morning because I thought I would forget. So we see actually that it's amazing what Srila Prabhupada taught us, because he came to the West where it's a different culture from what we're used to. And he taught just amazingly, actually. If you read Srimad Bhagavatam in his purports, it's just unbelievable what Prabhupada gave. And that Srila Prabhupada gave is actually ever expanding. It's like the spiritual world, it's totally unlimited. We can learn more and more. We can see it from different aspects, get different, deeper perceptions. It's like unlimitedly expanding, just like the spiritual world. So, over the years, over the years, I actually heard someone say something one time about Srila Prabhupada and his journey, which was interesting because Maharaj mentioned actually something. I heard something said in a slightly different way, coming from a different angle of vision about Srila Prabhupada. And I was actually so disturbed at the time, I was thinking, But then I realized, when I was listening to this podcast, I realized that the person who said that came into Srila Prabhupada's life in a different chapter than the chapter I came into Srila Prabhupada's life. And so we see with the absolute truth, it's not really that anything is wrong. We might experience Prabhupada in different chapters, and so we may see in different ways. But we could say the only problem is when we start feeling badly to other devotees or saying negative things, criticizing. It's really, really important. But for us, we stay chaste. This was our chapter. This is what Prabhupada taught us. And Prabhupada said so many amazing things in his purports and in his books. So one thing Prabhupada said actually in Chaitanya Charitamrita, in one purport, he was saying how in different countries, Krishna consciousness has to be taught in different ways. And so Prabhupada was so expert when he came. I mean, he just Actually, I was saying the other day that how initially it looked like Srila Prabhupada's godbrothers didn't help him. And we thought, oh, Prabhupada's godbrothers didn't help him. But actually, Prabhupada was a householder. He led a completely different life to those who were brought up in an ashram in India. So the way they teach Krishna consciousness is very different to the way Prabhupada presented it to us. And if those godbrothers had come with Srila Prabhupada, they would probably have been saying, you can't possibly do this, or you can't do that. But Prabhupada bent and he did the most amazing things. It doesn't mean that those people were wrong for their chapter or for who they're following, but it means that we have our understanding of Prabhupada, who we stay chaste to, and who we, I don't think I could have been saved at all, but for Srila Prabhupada, he just bent to the floor, actually. I was just saying yesterday how Srila Prabhupada, he cleaned the dishes. What high-class Indian gentleman would clean the dishes from the hippies? They weren't even clean, they were, And he washed the dishes, he cooked for them, he cleaned the floors. He just bent and bent and bent. And also, someone came in late one night from preaching, and they saw Prabhupada's light was on. And they were, the door was open a bit, they were peeping. And Prabhupada, very astute with his senses, he said, come in. So the person went in, and he paid his obeisances and said, Prabhupada, you're working so hard for us. But Prabhupada, he said, looked really seriously, deeply into his eyes, and he said, you have no idea just how hard I am working for you. He said, with every word, I think so deeply. He said, just in the hope that you might understand something. So Prabhupada was so... What he did in the West was phenomenal, actually, absolutely phenomenal. He was perfectly picked for this. So, yes, so obviously I'm attached to my chapter of Srila Prabhupada's life and what he's done in my life. So one thing, this was something really interesting I read in the Srimad Bhagavatam. I would just like to say, by the way, I'm not a scholar. I don't remember anything, but certain things I read stick in my heart. They don't go here and out the other, which a lot does, but some things go to my heart and I remember them, so that's why I'm not a scholar. So there's one thing anyway in this purport in Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavatam. It was very amazing, and it was when Yudhisthira Maharaj, he was lamenting that so many people had died to put him on the throne. And Krishna was actually trying to persuade him, actually, that it was my wish. I wanted you on the throne because you're my disciple. So, so Srila Prabhupada said in the purport, it was really interesting. It's like, why did he put this? It was very interesting. Prabhupada said, so Krishna's the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but he couldn't persuade his disciple, that it was okay. And Arjuna is his pure devotee of Krishna, but he couldn't accept. So then Prabhupada answered, and Prabhupada said that actually Krishna outside was trying to persuade Yudhisthira that it was okay, but Krishna in his heart, that same Krishna in his heart, was stopping him accept, because he wanted him to hear from Bhishma Dev when Bhishma Dev was on the bed of arrows. So I was realizing, when I was thinking about it, how we have no idea what is going on, because we look around and we see so many things happening, and the tendency is we judge, this is happening, that's happening, this. But actually, how do we know what Krishna's doing in someone's heart? How do we know what Krishna's arranging? So many amazing things. This philosophy is so incredibly deep, even for a simple person like me. I am simple. I'm a Sudra in my chart, and of course as Vaishnavas, by the grace of the Lord, we're Vaishnavas, we don't get into the... But nevertheless, Prabhupada said, simple for the simple, difficult for those with a complex mind. So in this way, we try to stay simple, we stay chaste. And I remember also, in one purport of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Prabhupada said, if you follow your pure devotee, that was really interesting for me. He didn't say the pure devotee, he said your pure devotee. So someone else might actually have a chapter in their life, they're following something different. It doesn't mean we need to say they're wrong, but we've got our chapter, we've got our Prabhupada, and we're dedicated there. And we learn so many things as we go through our lives, and the more we read Prabhupada's books, the more there's Krishna consciousness, like the spiritual world. It encompasses everything. And Prabhupada is teaching us to see with a deep, deep vision so that we can actually not have any criticism anywhere. Of course, sometimes things may need saying. It's not that everything's perfect, but we have to be really careful to check that, because that can also stop our path. And Prabhupada did know everything, and he knew how to teach it in the West. And I myself am so deeply, deeply grateful to Srila Prabhupada, because he's just unbelievable. Oh, so I think that maybe all I had to say, I think. Yes, and I just want to say to Srila Prabhupada that he is like, oh, I know the other thing I wanted to say. One time somebody said to me, Srila Prabhupada built a house and someone else put the roof on it. And I was realizing how individual Krishna consciousness is. That may be valid to somebody, but to me, Srila Prabhupada built the house, he put the roof, he put the chimney, he put the covering of it, he did everything. But someone else may have had to say to me, when Prabhupada was on the planet, you were not very qualified. You saw a few bricks. But did you see that Prabhupada put these windows? Did you see Prabhupada put this roof? So somebody may have had to help me. This is what Sadhu Sangha does. We learn deeper and deeper and deeper about Krishna consciousness. And so in this way, Prabhupada gave everything. But by Sadhu Sangha and by hearing from more elevated Vaishnavas, then actually we learn more and more and more. It's a very deep philosophy. And as Prabhupada said, simple for the simple. The more we can keep simple, make sure we don't criticize. That doesn't mean that we don't have to guard and find the truth. But yeah, anyway, so Srila Prabhupada, thank you so much. I'm so deeply grateful. And thank you for all the devotees. I just offer my obeisances to you all. And you can't put me these tokens.
Thank you very much, Yashashvini. Hare Krishna. The next person I'd like to speak has suffered from a lot of ill health, and if it's might be easy if I bring the microphone to Asta Saki rather than coming here. Would you prefer that? I can bring the mic to you, or do you want to come and sit down? Huh? Okay. I'll bring you the... Thank you. Asta's been a long-term disciple of Prabhupada. She was in the Manchester Temple when I joined in 72.
Om Gyana Timirannasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chasusam Yenam Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimanti Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane Nevansesha Sanyavadi Praskachale Shitarane. Oh, millions and millions of times, Srila Prabhupada, I'm offering my Dandavat pranams at your lotus feet. And thank you for bringing me here today. I really didn't expect that I would see you in this body again, but here I am. Thank you to all the speakers who have just spoken and to the ones that come, because I may have to leave after this. I'm not very well. Srila Prabhupada, I'm going to speak today about your last visit to Bhaktivedanta Manor. When you first arrived at Bhaktivedanta Manor, you were in a palanquin. you got out the car, but you had to be carried and put in a palanquin and carried upstairs. It was absolutely shocking to see the condition of your body, which shows to us all that no matter who we are, when the body is about to leave, it can go through such a transformation. You were very weak, but absolutely glowing. And I remember when we are upstairs in your room, all the devotees, asking us how we are, how are you all doing? I'm so happy to see you. And Bhaja Hari was there, and he was, we had such short notice that you were coming. It was like hours. We hadn't even been told 24 hours before that you were coming. And yet Bhaja Hari had remembered how much you liked to give out the sweets to everybody. And he'd made such lovely sweets. And that was the first thing you did, was hand everybody a sweet, asking us how we were and how we are doing. And seeing you in that pitiable condition just broke all our hearts. You were just so concerned. You left India with so fast. You hadn't even bought any clothes with you. I had to run round to make you a kurta. We couldn't believe it. And you would be carried down to class in a palanquin every day. And then your classes. And when you spoke, whenever you had been at Bhaktivedanta Manor before, or I'd seen you in India or in different parts of the world, it was always in a mood of dedicated service, inspiring us to completely serve you. And our goal of life in that way. But this new mood that you came with was something that I wanted to speak a little bit about today, just so that everybody can understand what it is to receive your love and blessing in the heart when you are pleased with us. You made each and every one of us in Bhaktivedanta Manor feel like we were the best devotees. You were so thankful for what we were doing to help you in your service to your Gurudev, who was your life and soul. And we all felt that in every action, every mood, every verse, or every time you opened your mouth or made a movement. And in our hearts came a blessing, a love that I haven't ever felt quite like before, but which never left. And that mood of being thanked by the Guru is the greatest blessing that every living entity must have in their life. Inspiring each and every one of us to want to take it out, to please. If you serve your Guru, you serve like this, these blessings will come to you. And Srila Prabhupada, because you left India with almost nothing, you called me to your room and you asked me, and I was so surprised because a week before I'd only just purchased it. And that was a Bunsen burner that I lived just across from the showroom at the time. And in what was once the deity kitchen, and the electrics kept going, so I couldn't heat my milk up for my children. I bought a Bunsen burner with a lighter, and you called me to your room, and you said, please, can I have your Bunsen burner? You knew I just bought it, although I hadn't told you. And I brought it up with a lighter, and you were so grateful. You wanted to heat your own milk up in your bedroom. And you asked me also for my pictures of the Guru Varg that I had on my little altar. You asked me, please, can I have them? I mean, you were giving me everything. And all I could do at that time was give you these few things. And I could see from your condition how frail and how fragile your body was. But your eyes were burning with this deep love and distraction from your body. And my whole life, I've always wondered about that feeling. You didn't want to go to the hospital. You begged the devotees not to take you. I was there. And you said, I will only go if you promise, no matter what they say, that you will bring me back. And only when your servants and the people around you and myself, we promise, yes, Srila Prabhupada, we will never leave you there. And you had to go and have a small procedure. And during that procedure, the main doctor spoke to the devotees and said he had never seen anybody control pain like this without any intervention. He said you had no more fat between your skin and your bone. And he said you should be screaming in agony. And yet, Srila Prabhupada, you had this intense look and distraction completely from your body. And I, my whole life, have always wanted that. Of course, we know that you are totally absorbed in your love for Radha and Krishna, in your love for your Gurudev, in your love for your Guru Varg, and all the Vaishnavas. But words don't mean much unless you've actually experienced it. And like Yashashwini was saying, variegatedness is very important. And added to that is another saying. It's called ever fresh. We practice so many rules and regulations religiously every day. And every day, the more our hearts are given to you, the more we see those pastimes, those instructions as being ever fresh. And the more our hearts are dedicated to you, the more those truths will come from your heart into our hearts. I have experienced just recently, I should have left my body, you've kept me here, but that mood where you were so absorbed and you told us all these pastimes. The Krishna book was the first large book that we could buy on the street, so the pastimes are so important. And you said once to me that whatever you experience, you must try and always put it in the pastimes. So when I was in the hospital this time, and the pain was so excruciating, I remembered your pain. And then I had a vision that that pain, whatever we experience here, means absolutely nothing. Because the greatest pain as a devotee is to be separated from you. Nothing else can solve that pain. And that is the greatest pain, and you experience that separation from your Gurudev. Who experienced that separation from his beloved Srimati Radhika? Who experiences that incredible pain when she cannot see her Krishna? Nothing compares to that. And you have taught me, and hopefully teaching all of us, that as we come closer to leaving this body, these pains mean nothing compared to this separation. And what can we do about this separation? What overrode my pain in the hospital was remembering this pain of separation from you and searching the books for the songs of our acharyas that can give peace in the heart to that pain of separation. So like Ishashwani said, you have given us, like Jayadvaita Swami, you have given us everything. Everything. Right up until when we leave this ridiculous body and return back to you. Just before I got sick, I don't know how it happened, but I have deities that Sarabi Maharaj, who built your temple, my brother-in-law, in Vrindavan, he had deities made for me, my Radha Vinod Bihari, who your godbrother Narayan Maharaj installed for me about 25 years ago. And then just recently I inherited the Astakaliya, beautiful murtis of the Goswamis. The 8 Astakaliya Manjaris. And I haven't fully had chance to worship them, and alongside my other deity family, and open my home so everyone can come and visit. So I believe you've kept me here for a little while longer to continue to serve you in this way. And I want to thank you, Srila Prabhupada, and I won't let you down. I know my days are numbered. Thank you with all my heart. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. There is not a second I can live without you. Panchakalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhu evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Thank you to all the Vaishnavas, my god brothers, my god sisters. Thank you for sharing this amazing time. Thank you.
Thank you, Astashaki. May your health return as soon as possible and continue with your service to your deities and Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much. Very sobering when ill health catches us. As they say, you don't realize what you've got until you've lost it. And it goes for everything. We take things for granted until they're not there. It might be health, friends, loved ones, finances, spiritual institution, or to speak of the spiritual master. But of course, in the case of Srila Prabhupada's departure, yes, there's a great sense of loss. But the magical thing about transcendental connection is the separation of the sense of separation can actually sometimes feel more present than the actual presence. I'm not on that level where I can actually validate that. And certainly, missing Prabhupada, missing the Acharya, that sense of separation is to be nurtured and within one's heart. And yet there's a strange phenomena that happens. We all of us, most people dream at night. We don't always remember our dreams. But there are so many cases where the disciple or grand disciple has a dream in which the Acharya comes to reassure and comfort that individual. Extraordinary, over the years, I've spoken to people who have come to me and said that they dreamt of Srila Prabhupada and they didn't know who he was. They'd never met devotees, never had a book, no contact, and yet this person was coming to them in a dream, and they only knew who he was when they met devotees and saw his picture in the book or came to a temple, and there's his murti. So Prabhupada is accessible, totally accessible. There's a very nice book I heard about a couple of years ago, and just a couple of days ago I got a copy. It's called Prabhupada Now. Prabhupada Now. It's recollections of accounts of dreams that devotees have had over the years involving Srila Prabhupada. And some of these are quite extraordinary. Well, they're all extraordinary, very encouraging when having a dream of Prabhupada. Sometimes it's direct instruction. Sometimes just reassurance. I don't know, maybe some of you have had dreams of Srila Prabhupada over the years. So this is another feature of the Acharya. He's always accessible. Prabhupada said, I will never die, live forever in my books. And he lives in the hearts of those who distribute his books, that's for certain. That's the dearest thing to Srila Prabhupada. Just making Prabhupada's message and his mercy and his association available to others through his written word. So I'd like to ask someone else to come and speak. Could Srinivas come and say a few words? Srinivas. Srinivas is an ashram resident. How long have you been with us now, Srinivas? 3 decades. Thank you very much for speaking.
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachayane Nirvishesha Shunivari Paschacharistayane. On this day of your disappearance, please accept my humble obeisances. Just like Krishna's appearance and disappearance, there is no difference. Example can be given, like the sun is always present, but sometimes we see it and other times it is out of our vision. The same applies to the acharyas and spiritual masters. When they are present, they leave instructions behind, and if the disciples follow the instructions, the spiritual master will guide them to Krishna. There is 2 stories which convince me that although you have disappeared, but at the same time you are present. There was one household disciple of Gopal Krishna Maharaj, and Srila Prabhupada appeared in a dream and said, "You must take sannyas." Now he is a traveling sannyasi. Another example is a devotee named Lila Avatar who passed away, but you appeared in a dream and said, "If you follow my instructions, I will give you protection." He made all his relations into devotees, and Srila Prabhupada appeared to them. They helped in the preaching in the community temple. As you help these devotees, please bless me. I can do something for your mission. Srinivas Das. Hare Krishna.
Srinivas, Hare Krishna. So there's a few brave souls here who've written up, say they'd like to come and say a few words. Shamsunder's an old-timer here. He's got been a great servant of Krishna's favourite project, herding cows, and now he's an advisor on various cow projects around Europe. So Prabhupada wanted many cows here at the manor. I'm sure that Shamsundar can give all the details along with his report. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for the invitation to give a quick report. I've been with, I found, you could say, my vocation as a service since 1992, when I took over the task of looking after the cows. And I've been involved with cow protection since that time, even till the present. For 20 years I was the Goshala manager here. And then since that time, then I'm now helping, the Ministry of Cow Protection. I think I want to resonate something that Maharaja was saying, that we have to find our service. Each one of us has, you could say, very unique interests and flavors in our Krishna consciousness, and the movement needs all of them. And it may not always be that an authority will ask you to do something, but we have to find our own niche. There are so many areas of Krishna consciousness that we could play a part in helping to develop. Somehow or other, this field of cow protection has interested me. And particularly, I was when I was the Goshala manager, I wanted to know, well, actually, what does it mean to be cow protection? How are we meant to do it? And that kind of embarked on a research project, which is continuing today, to discover what does cow protection mean? What is it? How do you practice it? So that kind of, I wrote a book, I've now written on the third book about cow protection. My current role is to assist the ministry. I help the UK, there's a UK National Dairy Plan, which is to kind of articulate or keep the conversation going about all our dairy or milk or yogurt or butter or ghee should come from a protected cow. And in Europe, I have a project where it's European Temple Dairy Coordination, again, just trying to keep the conversation going. Because Srila Prabhupada's, I would say, very unique contribution to the world is he has talking about cow protection, that we should implement cow protection. In his letters and conversations, he's given us, you could say, practical things that we are meant to achieve and aspire for. He said that with every temple, there should be a farm. There are so many things that Srila Prabhupada said, and sometimes these things are kind of relegated to, okay, he said it. But it's not brought to the forefront. It's not brought to the front of trying to actually implement these things. Srila Prabhupada wanted us to get our milk from our own cows. He said we are ISKCON, a society independent of the rest of the society. It's actually interesting because sometimes we are wrestling with the impulse of the vegan lobbyists, and we question our own connection with dairy products. And I find that what I learned when I joined the movement is as relevant today as it was then. When I joined this movement, we were taught that milk is essential. We should drink milk from the cows. And nowadays, the question is, should we be drinking milk from the cows? But you don't find, and therefore, for me, this research project is very important. And what Srila Prabhupada taught us in his books and how he taught us to practice it is as relevant today as it's ever been. Srila Prabhupada taught us to drink milk, and we offer that milk. In my research, it seems that you cannot take the sanctity of milk out of the cow in any circumstances. When the Bhagavatam talks about cows, of which there are 600 verses that have some reference to cows, there's no distinction between a protected cow and a non-protected cow. Yes, for a Vaishya, Vaishya is meant to go raksha, protect cows. But all cows are on that same level of divinity or bovinity, as Krishna Kshetra Maharaj has articulated. So you cannot take the cow out of a cow. You cannot take the pavitram, the purity of milk, dung, urine, ghee, from milk, dung. It's there, it's pavitram, it's always pure. Sometimes people say that Srila Prabhupada didn't know what goes on in modern dairies. But if you read the purport to the first canto, chapter 17, text 3, clearly articulated. He says, and they separate the calves for purposes which shall not be mentioned in the pages of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Prabhupada clearly knows what went on many dairies. Yet at no time, nowhere do you find anywhere in Srila Prabhupada's recordings that I've come across that he said the way to respond to this is to stop drinking dairy. No. We should drink dairy products. And we should have our own farms where our own devotees can get milk from our own cows. And this is the dilemma. This is, you could say, what inspires me to talk about this. Well, why not scale up? Why not at least give our devotees the chance to get milk from a protected cow? And that requires determined management, resource allocations, and you're pushing. You're pushing in this field of managerial complexity. We heard that Srila Prabhupada, so many problems, this problem, not what you're saying, Prabhupada dealing with so many different problems. The leaders are dealing with so many different problems. They're spreading Krishna consciousness on all the different levels. And you're trying to get them to engage huge amounts of resources to scale up cow protection. There's two interesting things about Bhaktivedanta Manor that are significant. Janananda Maharaj mentioned that one time he was driving Srila Prabhupada from the airport, and the only thing Srila Prabhupada asked him, or asked in the car, is, how are the cows? Interesting. So many things that Prabhupada could have asked about, but he asked about how were the cows. Dhananjaya Prabhu mentioned that when they got back to Manor, Srila Prabhupada, it's not recorded, it's Dhananjaya's remembrance. If anyone knows Dhananjaya, he seems to have a very clear memory of things. Prabhupada said to him, now get 150 cows. And then Dhananjaya was, well, how can we do that? And Prabhupada, buy more land. Interestingly, that figure of 150, where does it come from? Is it just an idea? Sometimes now I endeavor to calibrate or calculate. If we were to produce all our own dairy at Bhaktivedanta Manor, all the butter, all the yogurt, all the ghee, all the milk, what would that mean in terms of herd dynamics? It comes to around 150 cows. If we had a herd of 150 cows breeding 10 cows a year, we'd have enough dairy for all the milk, all the yogurt, all the butter, all the ghee for the deities, the main temple. Maybe not everything for the Janmashtami festival, but everything. Is it a coincidence? I don't know, but to me it's amazing that Srila Prabhupada's figure, it seems to be, it's calibrated with existence. So every temple should have this kind of calculation. Anyway, somewhere or other, this excites me. Srila Prabhupada's vision and cow protection, it is so unique in the world. Which spiritual leader is articulating these things? Sometimes the idea that I find myself that we shouldn't criticize the dairy industry. We should be very straw in the teeth because we have to have our own manifestation of it. In other words, we should be living it, although it's real for us. If we can't even demonstrate it to ourselves as a society, then we should not be wagging our fingers at what the dairy industry are not doing. And therefore, we have to scale up. So we're living this Srimad Bhagavatam life, where, as the Hari Bhaktivedanta said, there's cows in the front, cows behind me, cows everywhere. We have a token. We have a token representation of cow protection. We need thousands, maybe 100,000 cows in our society. We have 4,000 or 5,000. So Srila Prabhupada, not only do we have to become pure devotees to the Lord, which is a monumental task, but he also wanted us to, you could say, have social engineering, where we have a society reintegrated with the philosophy and practices of cow protection. So cow protection is just one area of the many vast areas that Srila Prabhupada is encouraging and supporting. But I personally find it something that intrigues me, and I just wanted to share some of those thoughts on that. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Shamsundar. I'm very charmed by the new additions in the Goshala, those little cows, those little tiny brown cows. They're very cute. I'm not here at the manor so much. I only see them in the barn, but I always make a point of going having a darshan, you could say. They're very nice. There's something which is coming up on the internet quite a bit these days. It's video footage of this chap. He's got some kind of animal sanctuary. He's got cows, sheep, goats, and chickens. And I can't believe that he eats them, because there's videos of him petting the animals and they're coming and nuzzling him. It's quite remarkable. It's very, very touching. I don't know what it takes to get that affection from the cow, from the goat, from the chicken. Maybe there have to be constant input from birth, I don't know. But very exemplary. And as I said, I hope he's not going to eat them. Next person who would like to come and speak. Can we have Jagatam? Dasi, please. Jagatam. Thank you. Jagatam has been around since the early 70s. 74, was it? 73? 75. She's been a stalwart book distributor. She told me that the day after she moved in the temple, someone gave her Krishna books and said, go out and distribute these. And she said she never found such happiness. So right from day one, she's been out distributing books. And a big collector as well. She gave out a lot of roses and flowers and raised all the money for Soho Street. And here she is. Thank you. Whatever you like.
Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtatya Shatarine. So I often find it very difficult to express my feelings, but this morning while I was chanting my japa, Srila Prabhupada, many things came to me by your mercy. And what I realized is that the devotees here have been saying how you've given us everything. And what I realized is that you are everything to me. You are my father, my mother, my spiritual master, my well-wisher, and my best friend. So, Srila Prabhupada, as my father, you planted the seed of bhakti in my heart. From that seed, you've given me the understanding of the real goal of life, which is the fifth goal, the paramarthika goal, not the four goals, the general goals of human life, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. No, you've given me the real goal, which is to develop prema bhakti, to develop pure love for Radha and Krishna. And as my mother, you have nourished my bhakti from the very beginning. I think even before meeting you and before coming into the association of all of your devotees, I think somehow you were there with me. You were nourishing me from the beginning, because I looked around and didn't want to be involved and engaged in the things that I was seeing in my world, even in my family. And so not only did you plant the seed, but as my mother, you were continuing to nourish me by, putting me in the soil of sadhu sangha and the access to these pure holy names and to wonderful darshan of all the deities in this convent, especially for me, Radha Gokulananda. And you've given your books, which give the highest knowledge, the king of knowledge, and you've given Tulsi Devi, and you've given us the holy dhams, Shri Vrindavan Dham, Shri Mayapur Dham. So that nourishment is always there. And for this, I feel so grateful. And so, as my guru, my eternal guru, you've given me all the instructions that I need in order to reach that fifth goal of life. And if I forget and I stumble, all I need to do is hear your lectures and read your books and come in contact with your devotees. And Srila Prabhupada, as you used to sign all of your letters, you were my ever well-wisher and my best friend. I know that you always wish well for me and that you wish well for all of your followers, but not only that, but for everyone who's taken not only just a human form of life, but in all forms of life. Often I meet people who have pets, and used to say that if an animal takes prasadam, and it guarantees that in their next life they become a devotee. So your compassion was all-encompassing and is all-encompassing for all living entities of this world. And I thank you also because you've shown me your gratitude for my service when I bring people to the temple and I introduce them to you. And you've spoken to me at times like that, standing in front of you with the guests that I've brought, and you've showed your gratitude. Thank you for bringing these people to me. And one time, one of the ladies that was with me, she said, "He's speaking to you." So Srila Prabhupada, I felt that on that day, that you were speaking to me personally, and so that is your very great mercy. I am very lowly, and I am just so limitedly grateful for your mercy. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Jagatam. Hare Krishna. Could we next have Govinda Das please come and say some words? Govinda has been a champion of the Harinams for several years, many years. And he's very expert at playing the piano accordion and a great Kirtan leader.
Thank you. Very grateful for the opportunity to speak, and I always marvel at the Prabhupada disciples speaking. They speak so much from the heart. They appear not to be nervous. They have a natural outflowing when they speak, and it makes me very much appreciate what it would be like if I'd had the physical present association of Srila Prabhupada. What I'd like to do is offer some of Prabhupada's verses about the Guru, because obviously, as he is the Guru, these verses apply to him. I'm reminded of the foreword to Brahma Samhita, where Bhaktivedanta Saraswati describes his offering of the Brahma Samhita like the offering of the Ganges water to the Ganges. So I felt as a nice offering to Prabhupada is to quote some of his translations and the Bengali verses that describe the Guru, which is Adi Lila chapter 1. And part of the reason I do this is because Prabhupada very much emphasized that we shouldn't mistake the Guru to be the same as Krishna. But at the same time, if we bear that in mind, and if you listen to these verses, there's a sense in which the Guru is Krishna, because Guru is simultaneously the servant of Krishna and directly Krishna. So these particular verses, I find them very inspiring, because you can't glorify the Guru enough. So Adi Lila, I'll read a few verses. Text 44, chapter 1. Yajapi Amara Guru Chaitanya Das, Tatapi Jani Ami Tanghara Prakash. Although I know that my spiritual master is a servitor of Sri Chaitanya, I know him also as a plenary manifestation of the Lord. Guru Krishna Rupahana Shastra Pramana Guru Rupi Krishna Kripa Karena Bhaktagani. According to the deliberate opinion of all revealed scriptures, the spiritual master is non-different from Krishna. Lord Krishna, in the form of the spiritual master, delivers his devotees. And then a verse from the 11th canto. Acharyamam vijaniyan navamanyeta karhachit namarcha bhujya suyata sarva deva mayo guru. One should know the Acharya as myself and never disrespect him in any way. One should not envy him, thinking him an ordinary man, for he is the representative of all the demigods. Shiksha Guru Ke Tajani Krishnera Swarupa Antayami Bhakta Shrestha E Dui Rupa. One should know the instructing spiritual master to be the personality of Krishna. Lord Krishna manifests himself as the Supersoul and as the greatest devotee of the Lord. Now I'll skip forward. Jivi Shakshad Nahi Tati Guru Checha Rupi Shiksha Guru Hoy Krishna Mahanta Svarupi. Since one cannot visually experience the presence of the Supersoul, he appears before us as a liberated devotee. Such a spiritual master is none other than Krishna himself. So if you listen to these verses, we may be very shy to say that Srila Prabhupada is Krishna himself, but in a sense that is actually the case. And I know I'm speaking for myself, and I think for everyone here, none of us even knew who Krishna was. We had no access to Krishna. But Srila Prabhupada, through his books, he has given us that access to Krishna. And Srila Prabhupada himself says that my books are personal instructions to you. So I think we've all had that experience when we have some burning question. We can open Prabhupada's books and we find there's something very, very relevant in what we're reading. And this indicates that Srila Prabhupada's books are more than just scholarship. They're actually Krishna communicating to us through these books. So we want Krishna's instruction, we go to the books, and then it is mystical, because there's so many of us, we all have different angles, different instructions we need to hear. But just by reading Srila Prabhupada's books, everything that everyone needs to know can come through these books. So that's the wonderful potency of Krishna's books. So I feel very grateful that I've had the association of devotees, especially here at Bhaktivedanta Manor for over 15 years now. And my favourite time of the week is Saturday, because it's the time when I go out on Harinam Sankirtan. There's actually a Harinam about to go out now, so I'm not sure whether to go or not, or whether to listen to more offerings. It's a bit of a dilemma, but I'll probably go tonight. But it's a wonderful experience that we have a group of people, we get together, chant Hare Krishna on the streets. And we have this feeling that, because Srila Prabhupada, he had this deep compassion. It's in the 8th canto, Tapyanti Lokatapena Praisa Sadavo Janaha Paramaradhanam Tadi Purusha Shakyalatmanaha. The greatest form of worship is to undergo austerity for the sake of others. So Srila Prabhupada he epitomizes this particular verse because of the great austerities he went through. And we have the examples where he was not only was he the cook, but he was washing the pots afterwards. So he was serving all the hippies, and they wouldn't think to wash the pots until one day someone decided, would you like help? And he said, oh, thank you. I was hoping someone would help. And he used to stand in the queue for the shower. So in the early days, Srila Prabhupada, he showed such great humility that he was just acted like he was just like everyone else. Later on, of course, he took more formal worship, but not for himself, to teach the example of how we should worship the Guru. And as he always emphasized, he said, I'm not Krishna himself. He said, I'm the servant of Krishna. But as we know from these verses, it is still good to see him as Krishna, because simultaneously he is and he isn't Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Govinda. Hare Krishna. Harinam tonight? Yes, okay. I'd like to ask Jagat Priya to come and speak. Jagat Priya is the cornerstone of the ladies' ashram for several years, many years. And she's very humble.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pasaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Tinamini, Namaste, Gauravani Pachani, Vishesha Sunyavadi, Pashatade Satarine Ki Jai. Actually, I was put a little bit on the spot, but obviously I agreed. So, yes, it's a different situation for me. Usually I'm even not here in the assembly. But today I am, and I'm sitting here to speak to you, or speak to Srila Prabhupada in his glorification. So I'm not prepared, sorry. I'm just a little bit surprised, and I take the opportunity. So, yeah, Srila Prabhupada is obviously very dear to you all, and he's also very dear to me. So, I don't know how it was, but Prabhupada entered my life many, many years ago, and I felt his guidance, making decisions, and I felt his guidance very strongly, like he said, also like a well-wishing friend, like a friend holding your hand, bringing you forward towards this process of Krishna consciousness. Obviously, there were also other devotees involved, but I very much felt from the beginning that Srila Prabhupada is there, and he is watching and guiding, and he makes the way, and then coming finally over quite some time to Bhaktivedanta Manor, and getting involved here in services. So that is amazing, and I'm very, very grateful to Srila Prabhupada for whatever he has given to me. And I could perform many, many services here at Bhaktivedanta Manor for Srila Prabhupada's mission, and they're all very dear to me. I love them all. But yes, we are here in the ashram also, and so I can see it is wonderful that Prabhupada allows ladies to live a brahmacharini life, to live in an ashram, and to take the opportunity to serve and to learn about Krishna consciousness, and to learn together in the association of other ladies, and to build strengths and friendships. So this is, I'm serving here now over 20 years, so from the beginning when I came to now, I would say there's a lot of changes has taken place, whereby I find now we have a little bit more balance. Srila Prabhupada, I hope you're also very happy about this, in service and in reading, in studying and in practical services. So that is very nice how our ladies are very much engaged by your grace in spreading Krishna consciousness, practically, actively, with kirtans, with classes, with going out on books, and with doing the needful at the temple, you know, with decorations and cleaning and whatever. So it's a very nice all-around thing, which gives so much life and purpose you're giving to all these ladies, and it's a beautiful environment here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, I believe. Of course, it can always increase and get better, but thank you for guiding us here, and we very much hope to please you with this, with all these endeavors, and to serve you more and more, wholeheartedly. And thank you for being part here. So I think can I leave it here? Okay. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Jagat Priya. Can we have next to speak, if I can get the name right, Randhir? Is that right? Randhir? Oh, yes? Here we are. Thank you. I might get some of your names wrong because some of them it's a bit, can't quite catch them when they're writing. Please. Randy has been a regular on Harinam for quite a few years and brings his son. I'm glad he can come and say some words. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, everyone. So it's causeless mercy of Srila Prabhupada that we got shelter and we got the boat to go back to Godhead. So I'm very fortunate to get shelter of Srila Prabhupada. And we got lot many devotees who support us growing in our spiritual life. So thanks everyone. Hare Krishna.
Can we have Geetamrita Dasi? Geetamrita? Is she here? No. Prabhupada Priya Dasi. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Jai. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvashesha Shunyavadi Pashacha Shatarane. So with deep gratitude to Srila Prabhupada, I would like to speak about a specific experience that happened a couple of months ago when I was teaching the Bhaktivedanta course for VIHE, Vrindavan Institute for Higher Education. It's an online course. So the Bhaktivedanta course, for those of you who may not know, is Srimad Bhagavatam, Cantos 7 to 12. And it's a rarely offered course. So the students, and to qualify to take that course, you have to have already done Bhakti Shastri, both modules of Bhakti Vaibhava, completed that, and then you can take Bhaktivedanta. So most of the students in that class were like senior by initiation to me, and like devotees who've been around the movement for a long time. So it was a great pleasure to teach that course and to be in their association. So I had the good fortune of teaching Canto 10, chapters 11 to 13. And so when I got to chapter 13, I was very aware that that was the last chapter that Srila Prabhupada actually translated and wrote purports for. So it was with some poignancy, I guess you could say, that I was reading that chapter. And as I was reading Prabhupada's purports, I was reading them very prayerfully, very deeply. And I was able to actually, I really felt a very deep connection with Srila Prabhupada in those purports, and a specific mood in those purports that's different from a lot of his other purports in Srimad Bhagavatam. And as I was preparing my classes, especially towards the end, I was reading one purport where that line came up, where he says, I think Vishaka mentioned this, that everything is moving by the will of Krishna. This consciousness is called Krishna consciousness. And when I read that line written in the text of Bhagavatam, I was like, Prabhupada said that. I heard it in what used to be Your Ever Well-Wisher video. I think since then they cut that Your Ever Well-Wisher video, they cut the ending part off, so we don't see Srila Prabhupada passing away and is being put in samadhi. And they made a separate video now that's called The Final Lesson. Anyways, so I searched and searched to try to find the video, thinking that I'm going to show my students this video. In the process, I found another video too, where he's speaking other parts of purports from the same chapter. And the second one, the first one is just basically a few sentences. That's the one that we've seen in, Your Ever Well-Wisher, the Final Lesson video. But the other one is a little bit longer, and it shows Pradyumna there, and he's got the book. He has the actual Sanskrit text, and he's reading, line by line, phrase by phrase, and Srila Prabhupada is, he's translating, he's commenting on the Sanskrit words, and then he's speaking his purport. So, it was just amazing to see, one thing, the condition that Srila Prabhupada was in when he was writing those purports. And I really wanted the students in the class to appreciate that. Because sometimes it's just a book, it's like, it's a book with words on a page and we're just reading it. And we don't understand the labor of love, the personal sacrifice, like the depth of commitment that went into producing those words on the page, And so when I was teaching, we were reading the verses and reading sections from the purports. And then when it got to that, I was asking different students to read different sections of the purports. And then when we got to that part, I said, for this purport, Srila Prabhupada is going to read. And they're all like, what? And then I shared the video on the screen. And I told them, just, because it wasn't the beginning, the whole purport, it was just a section. So I said, move down to, the third paragraph, second line in, and you're going to see what and then Srila Prabhupada was reading. And it was just so moving. It was just so, so deeply moving. And another thing that I appreciated seeing that, because when we got to the part that, the video that showed Pradyumna that was a little bit longer, it was like practically like a whole paragraph or multiple paragraphs that Srila Prabhupada was dictating, is that I really appreciated the BBT editors, because although it wasn't, the text wasn't there. Where's Jayadvaita Maharaj? The text wasn't there verbatim, obviously, because it had been edited, but the meaning was there. It's like what Srila Prabhupada was saying was there, and a lot of it was verbatim, but just minor edits were there. But the meaning was not changed in any way whatsoever. So I brought that point out also to the students, because sometimes there's controversy about, Prabhupada's books have been edited. But you could see how the spirit of what Prabhupada was saying, the meaning of what Prabhupada was saying, even the mood, the heart was there. And it's accessible to us in Srila Prabhupada's purports. So, yeah, after watching those video recordings of Srila Prabhupada actually dictating the purports, it was like the whole class was just stunned. Everybody was like in tears, and we just had to like take a moment of silence to recover, because it's a lot, it's like Bhaktivedanta course, these students have put years, like several years of their life into studying Prabhupada's purports deeply. And it's like, Prabhupada's the last purport, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, just even now, it's like, it's very moving to think about the sacrifice that Srila Prabhupada made. And of course, those last purports that he dictated are definitely like, he's struggling to even, he can't sit up, he can't eat, he can't, use the restroom by himself, he can't do anything. He can barely lift his head, and he's just like whispering. They've got the microphone right next to his lips. And it's a struggle for him, but he's so lucid, and he's doing it, like to his last breath practically. And then I was thinking that all those other sleepless nights, for years and years and years, I'm sure many of those sleepless nights also, he wasn't in the critical condition that he was during the 13th chapter of the 10th canto, but he was traveling all over the world. I'm sure many of those nights he was tired. He probably could have used a good night's sleep. A lot of issues weighing heavily on his mind, managing a worldwide movement, his body at that age, his health, and yet every single night, waking up in the middle of the night and dictating those purports. So those are 13th chapter of the 10th canto are very special, but every single purport of Srila Prabhupada was like that. It was just a sacrifice. It was a physical, mental, emotional, organizational. It's like he was just putting everything aside and like, no, this is my most important work. So it's so important that we read Srila Prabhupada's books and really understand what went into these purports. Another thing about that 13th chapter is that because Srila Prabhupada's very conscious of the fact that he's leaving his body soon, and that also comes out. And you can tell that he's very conscious of where he's going. And it's almost like that 13th chapter sets it's just the perfect segue for Srila Prabhupada's departure. Because it takes place in Vrindavan. It's Brahma Vimohan Leela. Lord Brahma just, stole the cows and boys, and then he goes back, and Krishna's showing him that, all the Vishnu forms, all the cowherd boys and all the calves are Vishnu forms. And then that vision goes away. And then the next thing that Krishna does is he reveals Vrindavan. He gives Brahma this glimpse of actual Vrindavan, that Boma Vrindavan is non-different from Goloka Vrindavan. And when Brahma sees it, it's like he's seen Vrindavan like he never saw it before. He's seeing Goloka, with his own eyes, with the divine eyes. And Srila Prabhupada comments, throughout those purports, Prabhupada's almost like leading up to it. And he's lying there on his bed in his house in Vrindavan, which I've been to many times because we lived in Vrindavan for 10 years. And he's thinking about Krishna in Vrindavan, and he's talking about Krishna Balaram deities, Radhashama Sundar, Shishi Gaura. He's talking about the beloved deities that he had recently installed, and he's saying that this is Vrindavan. This is non-different. This is the spiritual world. So Srila Prabhupada gave us the spiritual world. He gave it to us in Vrindavan by giving us Krishna Balaram Radhashama Sundar. He gave it to us in his books. He gave us the process for accessing it, for entering into those pastimes, even in this life, and then going there, after we leave this body, back home, back to Godhead, back to Radhashama Sundar, back to Krishna Balaram, back to the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, serving him. We're serving him now, and we'll continue serving him there. Prabhupada said there'll be another ISKCON in the spiritual world. So, yeah. I felt like Srila Prabhupada, when he was dictating those purports, he was also in Vrindavan. He was seeing Vrindavan. He was revealing Vrindavan, speaking about Vrindavan, and then going back to Goloka Vrindavan. It was just like, I don't know, when I was studying that chapter in that context, it just dawned on me very deeply. And it just multiplied by a million times my appreciation for Srila Prabhupada's books and everything that he's given us. So, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we next have speaking Anantachuta Das? Anantachuta? The man with the laptop.
Hare Krishna. So yesterday we were in Cambridge and we had some free time, so I was reflecting upon a few things to prepare myself for today. So today morning I wrote a small offering. So I'll not read out everything because, couldn't be read in public. But a few things I can read. Revered Srila Prabhupada, I beg to offer my prostrated obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. The dust of Krishna's lotus feet has been glorified at several places in Srimad Bhagavatam. For example, 4th canto says, when the transcendental vibration from the mouths of great devotees carries the aroma of the saffron dust of Krishna's lotus feet, the forgetful living entity gradually remembers his eternal relationship with Krishna. Similarly, by the service of your lotus feet, Srila Prabhupada, forgetful living entities can remember their eternal relationship with Krishna. The dust of your lotus feet is fit to be ornamented on my head. Recently, during book distribution on the streets of Cambridge, I was having a tough time finding interested candidates for your books. But I was thinking of the good fortune we have of at least having printed books for preaching. You had to write these books, edit them, proofread them, purchase paper for printing, then print those books, and then distribute the individual copies also. I am reminded of the chapter, Crying Alone in the Wilderness, from your Leelamrit. Please bless me, Srila Prabhupada, that I may also imbibe that very same mood, become comfortable with uncomfortable, and never expect an easy-going life. I also thank you for taking me out of the blind well of corporate life by accepting me full-time in your mission earlier this year, though I am very sorry for joining so late. But I have a question, Srila Prabhupada. Why did you choose me? There are millions of devotees who could have been a lot more useful for your mission if they would have joined full-time. I remember a verse by Srila Sanatana Goswami, Nicha dhama pamar mui pamar svabhava, mora jiya ile tomar kiba habe labha. In this verse, Srila Sanatana Goswami is saying, I am fallen and I am condemned. What value am I bringing for Lord Chaitanya's pastimes? Of course, this was Sanatana Goswami's humility, as he is Lavanga Manjari in the spiritual world. Who could be more useful for the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu than him? But this verse certainly befits me. Without a doubt, I am lowborn, I am fallen, I am condemned, and on top of that, my behavior is also condemned. What value am I bringing on the table for your mission, Srila Prabhupada? Still, now that I have got this opportunity, though I don't know how long I will be able to stay, I seek your blessings that I may work with sweat and blood for your service, for the service of your mission, and for the service of those who are serving your mission. Please bless me that I may have integrity in my behavior and in my dealings. Sometime in future, if I am put into a situation that I have to give up my integrity, I would prefer to give up my head before that. It's better to die than to act in a way that will put a blot on your society. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita says, Sai bhakta dhanya yena chhade prabhura charana, sai prabhu dhanya yena chhade nij jana. Glorious is that master who doesn't give up his servant, and glorious is that servant who doesn't give up his master. You are already a glorious master, Srila Prabhupada. I seek your blessings that I may become a good servant of your glorious instructions. Today, I recommit to the vows that I had given to my spiritual master 9 years back for his service and for your service. Please bless me that I may become a devotee of whom you are proud of whom Radha Gokulananda are proud of, and of whom the Vaishnavas are proud of. Your servant, Ananta Achyuta Das.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. Report on the book distribution. In Cambridge, yes? Where to next with the books? Huh? Cambridge every week. Oh, Cambridge is finally getting blessed with Prabhupada's transcendental books. There must be hundreds of thousands of books in Cambridge. Have not much purpose, a lot of them, not much good at all. Next person, please, coming up. A lady called Samantha. She's gone. Oh, she's gone. Oh. Gitamrita isn't here. She must have gone as well. Okay. Can we have Vishwambar Prabhu talk about book distribution? He's a champion. Is he still here? He's in the hallway. Could someone give him a shout in the hallway? He might be out there distributing books. Any sign of Vishwambar? No? Okay, you'll have to wait. Kanhaiya Das. Kanhaiya. Is he here? He said he had to go away briefly, but he'd be back. He said he'd be back. Kanhaiya? Yes, Prabhu. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Can I face Prabhupada? Is that okay? Yeah? That'd be better, yeah. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. I wasn't expected to speak today, but Shakshi Gopal Prabhu has requested, and yeah. Srila Prabhupada, I don't know where I would be. I'm ever so grateful for you giving us this Krishna consciousness movement and able to serve in this mission. I hope words cannot express what I feel and how grateful I am, but hopefully my actions and my service to you and the Vaishnavas hopefully is pleasing. Srila Prabhupada, one of my meditations this year has been, what does it mean to be a sadhu? And as the Krishna consciousness movement expands, more and more devotees are being made, community is growing rapidly. How do we ensure every devotee is feeling connected and inspired in their Krishna consciousness? It's probably a very difficult question and definitely challenging, but in reading your books and your lectures, your wills, and I was just meditating upon that we need to create more sadhus. And every devotee has the opportunity to become a sadhu. Sadhu is not based on just on our ashram, but it's based on the level of our Krishna consciousness, a surrender And that's been one of my meditations, that the temples are there, they're facilities, but through everything you've given us, we have an opportunity to become a sadhu in this life. The question is how deep we go in our Krishna consciousness. And I'm ever so grateful for this opportunity and able to try and try and become a sadhu, hopefully one day, with following your instructions and serving the mission in a way that will be very, very pleasing to you. So thank you so much for everything that you've given us, and we pray that with your blessings, Bhaktivedanta Manor can really create beautiful sadhus that will be very inspiring so many devotees and pleasing to you, so the Krishna consciousness movement can expand at a very even more rapid rate than it already is. So thank you so much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Thank you. We have with us a champion of the Rath Yatra festival, Tikshu Prabhu. I'd like to ask him to come and speak. Is he in the hall? Is he here? Tikshu? Yes.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Pujane Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nevasesha Sunyavadi Pastaja Deshatarane. So I didn't put my name on the list. Someone grasped me up there. So I haven't got anything prepared. So I could just tell some incident.
You've been preparing all year. Every festival is a preparation for this thing.
So I just tell some incident relating to a Srila Prabhupada deity. And this is the deity in the Dublin temple. And that deity now, Srila Prabhupada, is now in Innisrath. So I first came to the manor in 1978. In March 78 I visited. And I was told that Srila Prabhupada had left the November before. And I was feeling, so somehow I missed Srila Prabhupada. But anyway, I was given a science of self-realization, and then it took me another 4 years to turn myself in. So later, fast forward, for 10 years, from 89 to 99, I was in Liverpool. And during that time, I continued my service with Rath Yatra, taking the Rath cart to different festivals. And around 1990, we took the cart to Dublin for the festival there. And the festival was on a Saturday. And Sunday was Balaram's appearance day. And they were going to install this deity of Srila Prabhupada. And Satsvarup Maharaj was there. And he was doing the installation. And the only other Brahmin was the TP, and he was busy with the festival. And so Maharaj asked me to assist with the fire yajna and the installation. And so during that time I was thinking, I was watching Maharaj saying these different mantras, and I was thinking, how is it that just by saying these few mantras, that Srila Prabhupada becomes manifest in this, for me, was a lump of plastic, And so I was thinking like that. So then it came to the evening. There was a whole festival and Sunday feast program, and it came to taking rest. And the devotees there, the temple president said, "Can you put Prabhupada to rest because he didn't know the mantras?" And we were previously doing that at Soho for Prabhupada there. And so I said, "Where's Prabhupada's chadar and his hat?" And we need a glass of water as well, because that's what we do. When we put Prabhupada to rest, we give him a chadar, a hat, and a glass of water. And the temple president, he said, oh, we didn't know about that. We haven't got anything. But anyway, tomorrow, first thing, Monday, the shops are open. We'll buy a nice chadar and a drinking glass for Prabhupada. So he said, but anyway, say the mantras and put Prabhupada to it. So we said the mantras, and we put this screen around Prabhupada in the temple room, because we were all taking rest on the floor. The old Dublin temple, they didn't really have any ashram space. So there's myself and devotees came with a rath cart from the UK. So this is on the Sunday after the Balaram's appearance day. So we all took rest on the temple room floor, and then 4:15 I woke up before everyone else. I looked around, there's all these bodies in sleeping bags around the temple room. And then I suddenly remembered I had this dream. So in this dream, Srila Prabhupada was visiting the manor. And he was in his room, and there were all these Prabhupada disciples were there, and we were grand disciples. Of course, at the time is all mixed up because it's a dream. So in the dream I was thinking, I wonder if we can see Prabhupada. We can get some opportunity to see him through a crack when they open the door to his room. Maybe we can get a glimpse of Srila Prabhupada. And there were so many Prabhupada disciples, we couldn't get near the place. And then all of a sudden, Prabhupada's secretary came out, or servant came out of Prabhupada's room and on the landing there. And he said, Prabhupada wants a glass of water. And so I ran downstairs. I thought this is the opportunity to try to get in to Prabhupada's rooms to see Srila Prabhupada. So I went down to the pantry and found a steel cup and really scrubbed it clean as I could and filled it with water. So this is all in the dream. And then I rushed up the stairs, the back stairs at the manor here, onto Prabhupada's landing. And there was no one there. No Prabhupada disciple. All the Prabhupada disciples were not there. Somehow they were not there. And Srila Prabhupada was standing there, smiling. And he said, bring the water, come into my room. And he motioned me to come into his room. He held the door open to his room here. And he motioned me to come in. And he said, put the glass on the table. So I put the glass of water on the table. And he said, he rubbed his hands like this and he said, it's a bit cold in here. Can you light the fire for me? And so I went over to the fireplace and there was coal and newspaper and bits of kindling, and I lit the fire. And then I was thinking about this dream, and then it suddenly occurred to me, there's this Prabhupada deity here in the temple room, and he hasn't got a chadar, and he hasn't got any water. And so I quickly woke the brahmacharis up, and I said, look, get an electric stove and put it in front of the Vyasasan. And I said, go to the kitchen and get an offering cup and put some water in it and put it for Prabhupada. So then I told the temple president, what had happened the next morning. But Srila Prabhupada was showing me that he's 100% present in his deity form. This is not like a picture. It's not like a plastic picture. Srila Prabhupada, he's 100% within his deity form. And Krishna showed me that. Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
What a wonderful revelation there. And not to minimize your wonderful exchange with Prabhupada, many devotees have had such dreams of Prabhupada. As I said before, if you can get hold of a copy of this book, I'm not getting any commission. Prabhupada Now, this is an account of devotees' dreams of Prabhupada over the years. And I believe it's coming out over the years. There's the next edition as more devotees submit their exchanges in dream. I hope that wonderful pastime there that you recounted to Tikshu, I hope that makes it to this, the next edition. I'd like to ask Vishwambar to please come and say some words. Thank you, Prabhu. Champion of book distribution. Prabhupada's in his murti and he's in his books. And he's in his picture. He's in his sound vibration. He's in his recordings, in the video. Prabhupada's made himself so available, especially through his instructions.
Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada. I was taken off guard. I can say I don't know. I don't know you, Srila Prabhupada. I don't know Krishna. I don't know God. But I can feel your fragrance, and I can see your presence in your disciples. Everyone carries a different fragrance of service, like Shyamasundara, we heard very beautifully, he has affection for that service, attachment, a Shakti, to serve the cows. That is all from you, Srila Prabhupada. You speak to Govinda, he has affection for Kirtan, and it's from you. These are all different gifts. We have Amita as well, he dedicated many years in book distribution and now taking care of devotees. That's another beautiful fragrance of devotion. That's you. That's the way I'm learning how to feel your presence. Yesterday we were invited by Jayadvaita Swami, me and my wife, and several Prabhupada disciples. And I mentioned about this point, that if you don't learn to love what you see, you can never learn to love what you don't see. We don't see God. And many of the second generation, they've never seen you. I've never seen you. But if we learn to love your paraphernalia and your followers, then that's when we catch you. Srila Prabhupada. Yesterday, I felt I had this beautiful, usually I go out on weekend book distribution, but being invited by Jayadvaita Swami is very, I love him very much as a person, not just as a sannyasi, and he's got a very, very soft heart. I saw him serving prasadam to the devotees, to all the devotees. And it was like seeing Srila Prabhupada giving out the mercy. It was like seeing you, feeding us. That's the way I want to perceive you. That's the way I want to see you. I see you in my wife. I see you in the service of the devotees. And I'm content with that. And I want to thank you so much for keeping me in this book distribution service, because I see you in that service. I feel your presence, tangible, the reality. Someone asked me, a senior devotee asked me, what is a reality for you? And I said, for me, reality is when you put down your phone and escape, the illusion that is inside that phone, computer, whatever it is, TV, and you go out and look people in the eyes and you'll see that everyone has a pity story to tell you. And for me, that is a reality. I'm learning how to do table to table, Srila Prabhupada, for the past few years. I've learned from you. It wasn't a realization. I remembered I was questioning myself why you would go in Delhi before you came to the West and distributing Bhaktivedanta magazine in a tea rooms, isn't it? Tea rooms or coffee rooms. And that's how Prabhupada maintained himself. And because people, drinking tea or coffee, they feel euphoric, allegretto. It's like, fertile brain, to go and massage their pocket, massage their reception for taking books. And I see, that when I do table to table, people, they are ingrained with their phone, drinking coffee and internet. You see different image. Today you see Andrew, Prince Andrew image. Then you see, Trump. Then you see Putin. Then you see this one, that one. Everyone, is with the head into the illusion. So I could do the same thing, but for me, reality is to go out there and look at people in the eyes. It's not, they see you, Srila Prabhupada. When they look at me, they see you. It's not, I'm not saying that I am you, but because I've got this beautiful message in my hands, your words, the words of Krishna, people, they see something unusual, that magic, that brings them some relief from their suffering. So I give them something real, tangible, that they're all lost. People, they've got no directions. These books are like the maps. You put the sat-nav on, you don't know the way, but it will take you where you want to go. So Bhagavad Gita is the map that takes these people out of this illusion, this world of dreams. And they go back home. So you're giving them the way through your books. You're giving them freedom from old age, disease, birth and death. And I am very fortunate to deliver, to pass on your message, Srila Prabhupada. Anyway, I want to thank you for keeping me in the association of your devotees. I'm grateful for keeping me in this service. And I'm grateful for giving me hope to also get out of this world, if you deserve it, that somehow or another I'll become free from my illusion. So thank you so much. You may have gone, but you're very much tangible in your books and the service of your devotees. Thank you, Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Vishwambar, for a wonderful report. Being a vehicle of Prabhupada's mercy brings the mercy to ourselves as well. And Vishwambar is a very good example. Looking people in the eye isn't easy, especially when the person that you're looking at, this isn't a condemnatory, but people have all different kinds of habits. So one has to look at others with the eye of compassion. and not judgmentalism. And that's the key, really. One has to nurture that compassion, just as Prabhupada did. There's no one more compassionate than Prabhupada. If we can be a vehicle of that compassion, then we will also receive Prabhupada's compassion. Only one name left on the list here. Gitamrita is not here. Samantha has left to do some service, probably. I've got one name left, Theodore. Is Theodore here? Ah, you're Theodore. I didn't know who Theodore was. Thank you.
Hi Krishna. I'm not good at reciting Sanskrit. I was told that if I don't know what to say, I should just say Hare Krishna and it will be sufficient. When I first consciously went to a Sunday program, I couldn't find the temple. It was very hidden. But then when I got to the right street, I heard the playing of mridanga and faintly the sound of kartals. And when I went up the stairs, it reminded me of the first book I read from Srila Prabhupada, Science of Self-Realization. I didn't finish it, but I remember the beginning pages where it was described how the journalist who wrote the book also went up the stairs and could hear the drums and the kartals, and how wonderful it was when he was in this very small room and people saying this mantra of Hare Krishna. And when I got into the temple, I got the same feeling, and it was the first real confirmation of these aren't just made up words for some religion that wants to profit or something. This is actually real. And from there on out, thanks to many other of his books, full of nectar, my life became more vibrant and fun. And I think I'm not the only one. It's like everyone probably had this experience. And the best thing about Srila Prabhupada that reminds me every day, in a way, how real the mercy is that we got from him, is when I see his disciples who are so full of love for their guru and give so much compassion to everyone around them, more than I could even more love than some people would give to their parents or their own children. It's really amazing. Or how new people who just came out of the ocean of material suffering are still very salty, but through the nectar of the books, they become sweeter and sweeter over time. And this can't just happen by some mere coincidence. This must be something truly amazing. And for that, I thank Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Theodore. Hare Krishna. I'd like to thank the devotees who did this beautiful flower arrangement around Prabhupada's Vyasa-san. Who was that? Who was making this lovely? Any names? Prabhupada Priya? Prabhupada Priya? Krishna Baba? And who? Lalita Saki. Thank you very much. Beautiful. And thanks to Vashest for doing the video, the audio also, up there in the gallery. It's lonely up there in the gallery. You get a bird's eye view from up We're going to show us a film shortly, not just yet. It's a 2-hour film. Really, I'm just using it as just to take up a few minutes at the end. But before we get to the film, which is available on dandabats.com for the full 2 hours. But I'd like to read something from this book, Prabhupada Now. As I said before, it's accounts of dreams that devotees have had, various dreams. And this one really caught my attention. It has quite a few lessons in it. Many dreams do. But the dreams of other people also have lessons for all of us. And this particular dream has that. He writes, I was living in Radlett near Bhaktivedanta Manor in 1990 and regularly attended the morning program at Bhaktivedanta Manor. One night, I dreamt that Srila Prabhupada was at the manor. Everyone was so excited. It turned out that he hadn't actually left his body in 1977, after all. And he had been somewhere quiet with a few selected devotees, improving his health. Prabhupada hadn't gone. But this was so unbelievable and fantastic that I woke up in the middle of the dream. I told myself that I was just dreaming and foolish to believe Srila Prabhupada was alive and well and he was still with us. After a few moments of reassuring myself that this was all a silly dream, I found myself at the temple again. And there was Srila Prabhupada walking up the stairs to his room at the manor. All I could hear was, Srila Prabhupada has come back. Srila Prabhupada didn't pass. Prabhupada is still with us. It's wonderful to have Srila Prabhupada with us again. Everywhere you could only hear 2 words again and again. Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. When I woke up, I realized that this was all a dream. A dream within a dream. Where I dreamt that Srila Prabhupada was with us, and then I dreamt I'd woken up, but was still dreaming. So when I entered the temple room the next day, the Guru Puja was going on, and I saw Srila Prabhupada's deity, and I said to myself, see, Srila Prabhupada hasn't come back. I felt disappointed and deflated. In fact, I was feeling tearful and gutted. Then, to everyone's amazement, Srila Prabhupada's deity came to life, and he turned his head, looking around at all the devotees. The singing and music stopped, and everyone was shocked into silence. Srila Prabhupada's deity then spoke the following words to all. Never think I have gone. I am always here with you. Now I was very confused, because I thought I'd woken up, but was in fact dreaming that I'd woken up twice, and was in fact still asleep. It was so real, and I was in fact still asleep, even though I was aware that I'd woken up several times. It was as if I was fully awake in the dreaming state. And I finally woke up, and have never forgotten the message Srila Prabhupada gave us, and still gives us in his books, lectures, conversations, and letters. Never think I have gone. I am always here with you. That's one of the dreams in this book. And for those of you who have had dreams of Prabhupada, he's really caught the mood. I've not had dreams within dreams within dreams. But that sense of, Prabhupada, where have you been? Just like he's been just abroad maybe, and just like he says, recuperating, and Prabhupada, he never left. What's all this silly mythology Prabhupada left? He never left. Here he is. And maybe there's a few words or a glance or just seeing Prabhupada in the dream. How many of you here have had any dreams of Prabhupada? Anyone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Quite a few of you, yeah. Some remarkable dreams. Actually, if any of you feel inclined, leave me your contact details, and perhaps we could also compile some of these accounts of dreams we've had of Prabhupada. The most recent one I had a few months ago, I was practically sitting on Prabhupada's lap. It's a dream, like a child. And I was saying, thinking, it's the same thing, it's a dream. I think, Prabhupada, is it some pious activity I've done in the past, something that's brought me here to get your mercy? Is it something I've done? Or is it simply your mercy? And Prabhupada simply looked and saying, simply his mercy. It's all Prabhupada's mercy. That's why we say his divine grace. Krishna is sent by, Srila Prabhupada is sent by Krishna's grace. And Prabhupada's grace is that he gives us the opportunity to serve the parampara. It's all a process of grace. Grace and gratitude. So very wonderful to share this very poignant day with you all here. And I'd like to ask the crew up in the balcony there to show 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes of this film. Devotees recounting different. I've not seen the film myself. It's one of Siddhanta's interviewing films. So here we are. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
So in Bombay, it was a very sad day, one day, and that was on the 28th of September 1977. I got a phone call from Giriraj Swami, and that was at about 4:30 in the morning. And the most sad thing I heard from Giriraj Maharaj, he was crying on the phone, and he said, I want you to bring your big, in those days I had a big Dodge car. It was one of those huge cars, the Americans used to make, where even you could sleep at the back. And he said, Prabhupada wants to leave his body. And I said, what? I never heard anybody say that somebody wants to leave his body. It sounded more like, he wanted to commit suicide or something. I said, what do you mean Prabhupada wants to leave his body? Where does he want to leave his body? He said he wants to go to Vrindavan, and he's leaving his body, he's going away. And we have to drop him at the station. But his body, because he hadn't eaten for nearly 6 months, he lived only on juice and charanamrit. So his body had depleted. There were hardly any muscles, and the bones and these veins were pressing, and it was very painful. So here was a person whom I had fought, and I had argued with. He was like a lion. He was a very, very fine debater. He could defeat anyone on the matter of philosophy. And then suddenly, when I saw Prabhupada that morning, I saw that he was very, very thin. And it's like Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, he had withdrawn himself, like a tortoise withdraws himself. So this morning, it's 28th September 1977, Srila Prabhupada decided to leave, and so for the first time I cleaned my car, because I didn't want Prabhupada to sleep in an unclean car. My wife arranged a nice silk bedding, and we had flowers and incenses. I drove to the temple, and there several things happened. Number one, when Prabhupada was brought down from his quarters, it was in like a basket, a big basket, and reminded me of stories like Moses or Karna They were brought in baskets and left in the river or something. And I could see, like, there were devotees crying, and they were all devastated is the only word I can say. Spiritually, they were very much feeling intensely separation which was going to take place from Prabhupada. And I was supposed to drive, and I felt like a cruel, a real cruel guy, taking away Prabhupada away from the devotees. But that was my duty, I had to do that. So I was in the front, driving. Next to me was Brahmananda Swami, he was quite big. And next to him was Tamal Krishna Swami, who was Prabhupada's last secretary. And finally it was Giridhar Maharaj. 4 of us, it was such a huge big car, 4 people could sit in the front. There were no bucket seats in those days. And there was, steering and the stick shift up in the steering wheel. And Prabhupada was resting in the back fully, and Upendra was his last servant. He was sitting down on the floor level of the car, and Prabhupada's luggage was behind. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj, like a school teacher, told me, drive very slowly. Don't drive fast, because in the Bombay roads there are potholes and Prabhupada will be very uncomfortable. So I said, fine. So I just asked them, we are going to Bombay Central Station, and which train are we going to catch? Prabhupada's taking the Mathura Express. He was supposed to go to Vrindavan. So now, mind you, this was from 4:30 and till 8 o'clock I had not had any water or anything, and then 9 o'clock, and then this was quite hot, and Prabhupada was in the car. We were driving very slowly. Upendra from the back told me, Prabhupada wants you to drive faster. So I said, okay, if Prabhupada wants me to drive faster, I'll drive fast. I had been a rally driver when I was young, and I could drive real fast. So I just picked up the speed. And in those days, these were huge, big cars with big guzzlers, gas guzzlers. They could just move. The moment I pressed the accelerator, Tamal Krishna Maharaj got very upset. He said, I told you to go slow. What are you doing? So I said, well, I was just told by Upendra at the back that Prabhupada wants me to drive faster. So no, go slow. So I slowed down again. True enough, within a minute, Upendra was again telling me, Prabhupada had said, go faster. Now, why aren't you going faster? Now, I was getting, so I said, the real person I have to serve is Prabhupada, let me drive faster. And I said to Tamal Krishna Maharaj, you sort this out with Upendra and allow me to drive. So we reached, what we thought was, we reached too early to the Bombay Central Station. So myself and Ram Tulsi, another devotee there, we went to the station master to get the wheelchair for Prabhupada, to transport him from my car to the railway in his special cabin. So I just, by my usual style, I asked the station master, this Mathura Express is going at 11 o'clock? He said, didn't you read today's newspaper? It's 10:30. The timing has just got changed today. And I looked at my watch and I said, there are 5 minutes left. The train's going to go in 5 minutes. Ram Tulsi and I ran with the wheelchair. And I told that station master, I'll pay you anything, but stop that train. Don't start it till I tell you. And he said, what? I've never had such a request. I said, there's a big team coming and there's a very holy person and he's going to leave his body in Vrindavan and he has to be on that train. And he said, leave his body? What do you mean? I said, just run with me. And so we were running. I was quite young then. I'm now 57, but at that time I was 37, 20 years ago, yes. So we put Prabhupada in there. Oh, I told Giridhar Maharaj, you guys goofed. It's, the train's going half an hour early today. He says, no, it's there in the timetable. I said, whatever is in the paper, that doesn't matter. The station master is going to blow his whistle and the train's going to go. So we better take Prabhupada with us. So we ran. Some of the devotees got the thing ready for Prabhupada in his special cabin, which was non-air conditioned. Should have been air conditioned cabin, but for some reason they booked non-air conditioned. And then we took Prabhupada, and just a few minutes before the train was about to leave, he was comfortably sleeping in his compartment. Now, mind you, this was already nearly 10:30 and I was so thirsty. So I'd just gone to pick up a soda bottle from the stand at the railway. And Prabhupada's servant Upendra says, Prabhupada's calling you inside. So I just left that soda bottle and I went in the cabin, wondering, why is Prabhupada calling me? And Prabhupada said, come closer. So I went very close to him and he said, I want to thank you for driving me. And it was very touching because he was in so much pain. He was just about to give up his body. I had done nothing much except this. So right there in the train in front of everyone, I just offered my obeisances, caught Prabhupada's lotus feet. Tamal Krishna Maharaj and others, don't touch his feet. You know, I said, no, this is it. This is the last moment I'll ever get. And I said, Prabhupada, I surrender to you. You are my spiritual master. And he put his hand in my hair and blessed me. He actually he got up with little pressure on his elbow and he was smiling sweetly. The train started. And some of the devotees said, look, the train started and you better jump off, otherwise the next station is, quite far away. Reluctantly, I jumped off the train, the moving train, and I kept watching the train till the last bogie had left. And I wasn't thirsty anymore and I couldn't care for the bottle. Then when I got into the car with tears in my eyes, lo and behold, there was Prabhupada's garland on the steering wheel. He'd not forgotten.
There were a few conversations going on at that time that sort of all converged and expressed this thinking in Prabhupada about Gita Nagari. In one conversation, it happened downstairs in his house in Vrindavan. He was talking about his impending death. And he said, I have no lamentation in the context of his impending demise, so to speak. I have no lamentation. These are words he would use, death, demise, I'm just paraphrasing him. And naturally he had no lamentation, sojati, nakanchati. But then he paused after saying, I have no lamentation about my impending death. He said, no, I have a lamentation. And one of us asked, not me, but one of us in the group, 3-4 people were there, you mean because you have not finished Srimad Bhagavatam? Srila Prabhupada said, no, that I have not established Varnashram. He said, 50% of my work is incomplete because I have not established Varnashram. Now these two statements I heard in my own ears in Vrindavan. Then this thought kept coming up, what to do about this 50% of his incompleted work. It was in his mind. So he said on the roof on another conversation that I want to establish Varnashram. And I believe I asked him, how will you do that? It may have been Tamal Krishna, it may have been someone else, but it represented what we were all thinking.
So I had the impression that I asked him. That may not be hagiography perfect, but hagiographically perfect, but I was certainly in that questioning mood as well. How will you do it? We asked him. And he said, I will go to Gita Nagari, I will sit down, and I will teach you how to live off the land. As simple as that.
So when Prabhupada was leaving his body, and he wanted to go, to Gita Nagari, and help us in knowing how to do Varnashram Dharma. He stopped in England. By that time I was in Eastern Europe, and we had heard that Prabhupada was coming. So we dropped everything and we came to to the manor. So when Srila Prabhupada heard that I was around, he immediately told the devotees to call for me. And by that time Prabhupada had probably stopped all bodily functions, and the devotees were carrying him in the palanquin to have darshan. So when I came in, and it was, there was one devotee, there was Krishna Kshetra, and a devotee, he left his body, I think his name was Dwarkadish. He used to work in Hungary and Poland and those places. So we were all together, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj was there. So Tamal had already written me many wonderful letters telling me how that I should continue sending these letters to Prabhupada as he's sick, is giving him new life. He was probably so happy to hear about the preaching, how his books were going into so many different places. And so I was sending reports about every 2 weeks. And I would be sending detailed reports. Who got the books, what was said, what was done. And Tamal would tell us how Prabhupada would hear this after taking lunch. And that after being garlanded and put chandan on him, and he would sit back, and Tamal would tell me he would close his eyes and he would swoon, etc. So Tamal was eager for me to come in, for Prabhupada to see me. So an interesting thing happened. I came in, I sat before Prabhupada's desk. And Prabhupada his voice was so weak. So he would call me, he would motion over to come closer. So then I came a little closer. And then he motioned for me to come around the desk. And then when I came around, Prabhupada started rubbing my head. And then he started crying, and then he embraced me. And then he said something which I didn't quite understand. But then what he said later, he says, your life is successful. And then I said, Prabhupada, we're only doing things because you are forcing us. Otherwise, how could we do anything? And then his voice became very strong, even though he was so weak. His body was so weak. He says, yes, and that is the parampara. My guru has forced me, and I am forcing you. And that is how things are going on. And it was so amazing. And it was the most amazing experience I ever had with Srila Prabhupada. I mean, I couldn't appreciate it. And the next thing that happened shows you how I didn't appreciate it. Because it just came upon me, it was so fast. And Prabhupada was so weak, and at the same time, he was so strong and giving so much love. So the next day, this was the very last time I saw Prabhupada. The next day, Tamal wanted me to experience what Prabhupada's mood was when he would read these reports. So he wanted me to physically come in and to read a report to Srila Prabhupada. Because he would write me these letters saying, Prabhupada says, your work, he would give comments after, Tamal would read to him, and then Prabhupada would give some comments, and then Tamal would send me the comments. And they're some of the most amazing letters I've seen. And not because they're my letters, but they're some of the most amazing letters. So Tamal wanted me to experience what he was experiencing from Prabhupada. It's like Sajananda once told me, Sadananda. He had told me how once he was in the room when Prabhupada got a letter when I was in the communist countries. And Prabhupada didn't start speaking afterwards. He said, Prabhupada said, so he do not know the language. They do not know his language. He does not know their language. But the books are going out. He is a black man, a different race, and the books are going.
He says, and the books are going. And he says, and Prabhupada went into like a trance. He says, the books are going. And he says, Prabhupada just went out like that. And so these are the kind of things were going on. So Tamal wanted me to experience something of what they were experiencing when Prabhupada would read the letters. So now, the day before, Prabhupada has embraced me and told me my life was successful. And 4 of the devotees were in the room. So now I'm going around kind of puffed up, Prabhupada has embraced me, And everybody was saying, people knew me then as Ganesham. So everyone was saying, those who knew that, Ganesham was embraced by Prabhupada, this and that. So I was feeling cocky, Prabhupada embraced me. So the next day I came in, reading my report. And the report, I think, was from our activities in Eastern Europe. And I started reading about the events of how the books had gotten out, this professor had taken, this library had accepted it, this museum had accepted. And Prabhupada at one point stopped me. And he said, it is by Krishna's mercy, very piercing. He was chastising me that I was accepting, one, that I deserved his darshan, that I was feeling proud of what I had received. He told me some other things in that same session about the communists, if they don't take the Krishna consciousness, they will have no grain, there will be many problems. But this one, he tuned into me and said like this. It was the very last words that Prabhupada had ever said to me, the very last time I saw him. And it just lived with me to realize that we must always remind ourselves that anything that we're able to do is by the mercy of Guru and the mercy of Krishna. So here, the best time I had with Prabhupada, most amazing experience was the day before, and the most devastating experience was the last one of this serious chastisement.
Well, Srila Prabhupada was, to our apparent limited vision, his health was deteriorating, and he requested that I come to India, to Vrindavan, to see him. So I just got married, and my wife was pregnant with my first son. So I couldn't leave, and we were living in a very remote part of Hawaii. So I couldn't leave at that particular moment. But I promised that as soon as my wife had her baby, then I would come. So time passed after my son arrived, and Shri Kirti came over to Maui from Oahu, and we flew off to India together. So at that time I wasn't living at a temple, so I let my hair grow a little bit longer than I should have. And when we arrived in Delhi, I thought, well, I can't go to see Srila Prabhupada like that, so we shaved up. And I had this big long sikha. And Srila Prabhupada, when I walked in the room, it was a very, sober mood, dark, and everything was, subdued, and people were kind of morose, not making too much sound and everything. So I walked into Srila Prabhupada's room, and they said, oh, Srila Prabhupada, Madhavisa has arrived. So Prabhupada sat up in his bed, and I paid my obeisances, and Prabhupada, first thing he said, whoa, look at Madhavisa. He's maintaining such a nice sikha. And he chuckled like that, knowing that, I hadn't maintained such a nice sikha. I just had shaved up in Delhi train station. And the second thing he said, where is your wife? See, I had left Srila Prabhupada, I was a sannyasi, and then I had left and got married and everything like that. So that's not particularly the way you should do it. But Srila Prabhupada, he just shrugged that off. It was like immaterial to him. He wanted to know where my wife was. not that, why have you got married? Why have you done this? He wanted to know, where is she? And he was fully aware that I was married and I had a child and everything like that, and he wanted to see her. And I said, well, Srila Prabhupada, she just had her first baby and she really doesn't want to travel. And she said, that's right, she shouldn't travel. But she is feeling okay? And I said, yes, she's feeling good. And you had a son? And I said, yes, Prabhupada, I had a son. And I said, and I named him Abhay Charan. Is that all right? And he said, yes. He said, that's okay. You've named him after your spiritual master. And then he went on to explain the famous purport that's in the Srimad Bhagavatam about the elephant and the crocodile. That the elephant is very mighty and very strong. But when he enters into the water, he becomes victimized by the crocodile because he's not in his proper atmosphere. If he's on the dry land, he can annihilate, he can crush the crocodile. But because he's in the water, he's at the mercy of the crocodile.
Hare Krishna. I think it may be a good time to stop. We have Abhishek of Srila Prabhupada now. Abhishek will be just for Srila Prabhupada disciples, and Prabhupada will be coming in any minute now. So I think it might be a good idea to start a Kirtan. So would someone like to lead? Shakshi Gopal Prabhu, would you like to lead? Or is Vishwambhar Prabhu here? Would you like to lead a Kirtan for Abhishek? So maybe.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much. Good man. Thank you for coming.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Swami Nityananda Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine
Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Asyata Desatarine Namaste. Sunyavadi Bhaskata Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasat Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Haribo, 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 Gora Haribo. Samsaradava nalalida loka pranaya karunyaga naganatam samsaradava. Praptasya kalana Gunanavasya Vande Guru Sichara Narabindam. Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Vaditram Madhyan Manasurasena Romanchakampa Sutaranga Bajo Vande Guru Sichara Naravindam. Shivigrahara Dana Nityanama Shingaratan Mandiram Marjanadu Utasya Bhattam Chaniyonjatopi Vande Gurus Charanarvindam. Chaturvida Sri Bhagava Prasada Swadanna Tritan Adi Bhakta Sangam Kritva Triptin Vachadasa Deva Vande Guru Sichara Naravindam. Shiradika Madhavayor Paro Madhurya Lila Gunarupanam Nam Pratikshana Svadanalolupasya Vande Guru Sri Charana Kunjayuno Radike Lisidari Yayali Beutira Pekshaniya Totrati Daksha Rativalabhasya Vande Guru Sichara Naravindam. Sakshadari Tvena Samasta Shastre Kastata Bhavyata Iva Sadvi Kintu Prabhuya Priya eva tasya Vande Guru Sichara Naravindam. Yasya prasada Bhagava prasada Yasa prasada Nagadi kujopi Yasya prasada Bhagava prasada Yasya prasado nagadi kudopi Dayam stavam stasya yastrasi sanjam Vande Guru Shichara Naravindam Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jai Vaishnav Thakur. Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada, Jai Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Nitai Goribo, Haribo, Haribo, Gora Haribo. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Tirubhava ki jai. Hidai Gaur Pramanande. Disappearance Day of Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Radha Govinda.
Hare Krishna. The next part of the program is we will be having Guru Puja for Srila Prabhupada. So if you might want to leave your chairs behind and maybe come to the front, we'll be moving all of these things out of the way. And then maybe the ladies can gather on one side, the men on the other side, and we'll have Guru Puja.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Guru Charana Padma, Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Mata
Jaya Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Astavatara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki ISKCON Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Anantakoti Vaishnavrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Mayapur Navadvip Dham Ki Jai Ganga Yamuna Mai Ki Jai Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Shri Harinam Sankirtanya Gya Ki Jai Samaveta Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the lotus feet of Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. We will now have Pushpanjali for Srila Prabhupada. So if everybody wants to come forward, we're going to pass some flowers on. So somebody, maybe Haridas Vaya Prabhu, if you can take the bucket around. And keep the flowers with you, you'll need it 3 times. I think somebody is giving out the flowers for the ladies. Would somebody like to lead the Pushpanjali prayers? Is there anybody who would like to do that? The words are on the screen. I have a book as well. Is there somebody who would like to do that? Anybody? Yeah, I know. I'm just looking for somebody else. Anybody? 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 No. Okay, it's yours. You. Okay. Okay. You need.
Krishna loves a volunteer.
Okay. If everyone can please come forward all the way to the front, because I don't think your flowers will go that far.
Hare Krishna. The flower that have been given to your hand, please make it for 3 times. We'll be offering 3 times to Srila Prabhupada on his Disappearance Day today. After I read the prayers, please repeat after me. Om Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manovishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sa Advaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Visakhan Vitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta सरस्वतीति नामिने श्रीवार्षभानवी देवी द्वैताय कृपब्धे कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञान दायिने प्रभवे नमः माधुर्योज्ज्वल प्रेमाढ्य श्रीरूपानुग भक्तिदा श्री गौर करुणा शक्ति विग्रहाय नमस्तुते नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दीनतारिणे रूपानुग विरुद्धाप अपसिद्धांत ध्वंतहारिणे नम गौर किशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विप्रलंबर संबोधे पादाम्बोजायते नमः नम भक्ति विनोदाय सच्चिद आनंद नामिने गौरशक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपानुगवरायते गौराविर्भाव भूमिस्त्वां निर्दिष्ट सज्जन प्रिय वैष्णव सार्वभौम श्री जगन्नाथाय ते नमः वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नाम्ने गौरतिसे नमः पंचतत्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्तवतारं भक्तख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकं हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांता राधा कांता नमस्तुते जयतां सुरतो पंगुर मम मंदर्मतिर्गति मत्सर्वत्सपादं भोजो श्री राधा मदन मोहनो दिव्यद्वृंदरण्यकल्पद्रुमाद श्रीमद्रत्नगार सिंहासनस्थौ श्रीमद्राधशील गोविंददेवौ पृष्ठलेभीशभ्यमानुस्मरामि श्रीमान् रासरसारम्भी वंशीवाट ततस्थिता कर्षन् वेणुस्वनिर्गोपी गोपीनाथ श्री अस्तु नः तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवास आदि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. Now we will offer the flowers to Srila Prabhupada by chanting his pranam mantra. Please repeat after me. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esa Pushpanjali. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esa Pushpanjali. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. The last time, please offer all the flowers that you have in your hand. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esa Pushpanjali. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Srila Prabhupada Disappearance Day Festival ki. Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivarjagacharya Ashtotar Sat Shishimad Avaicharanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. ISKCON BVT Founder Acharya A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivarjagacharya Ashtotar Sat Shishimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Srila Prabhupada ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवास आदि गौर भक्त वृंद की. श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरिराज गोवर्धन की. मथुरा वृंदावन धाम की. नवद्वीप मंडल मायापुर धाम की. पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की. गंगा माई जमुना माई की. भक्ति देवी श्रीमती तुलसी महारानी की. कलयुग धर्म हरिनाम संकीर्तन की. भक्तिवेदांत मन धाम की. जय श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की. श्री 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 सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की. श्री श्री गौर निताय की. श्रीला प्रभुपाद फेस्टिवल डे की जय. श्रीला प्रभुपाद डिसअपीयरेंस महामहोत्सव की जय. ऐसी भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी श्रीला प्रभुपाद की जय. निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल. All glorious assembled devotees, all glorious assembled devotees, all glorious assembled devotees, all glorious to Shri Guru and Gauranga, all glorious to Srila Prabhupada ki.
Srila Prabhupada ki. Hare Krishna everybody. Before you leave, just an important announcement about the feast. But before I tell you about the feast, we just need the chairs being stacked up. So Yogi Prabhu is there to help. So if you can help us stack up the chairs in stacks of 9. Okay. And then for the feast, we have a special feast today. And the feast for Srila Prabhupada disciples and other senior devotees is in the Seva Hall A. So if you just walk through the corridor, go straight down. For Srila Prabhupada disciples and senior devotees is in there. Everybody else, if you're from the Pandav Sena, if you're from Gurukul, if you're from, doesn't matter where you're from, the feast is in the middle Seva Hall. Thank you all very much. Hare Krishna.
Jai.